Larry?
Go to Facebook.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Have an interesting night ahead of us.
Yeah. Yeah, and we got one tomorrow too. Cosby.
Oh, I think that one got canceled.
I kinda figured it was going to.
Yeah, I got one, I think.
I think that's something wrong.
I'm still not convinced of that part.
Yeah, I'll take one.
About
Listen to, yes, you may.
A real life example.
Well, my experience with Roger Bush.
A real life example.
Well, here's the thing that I'm not anxious to do anything or go by the laws. I don't care who you are, I don't really care about the circumstances. I'm gonna be a phone, I caught you doing 100. If you have a good excuse, but if you don't.
All the way through.
And it's, like, just,
Make
the
sense at first.
Right.
Get them through the door,
It is through the door.
like I said, it has no, I'm not concerned with order, no, I agree, I mean, and like I say, so it could be this anyway, that's all, I just would like to, I would like to see, and we can talk with Terry and make sure that everybody's comfortable with it, I'm not trying to ram anything down, I'm just, it's just like, keep this
Or
over.
dealing with that, it isn't egregious,
That seems like,
yeah.
if you want, if you're comfortable with that, you wanna bring it up, bring it around here.
Cut.
For discussion, and I think everyone's gonna be like, yeah, that makes sense.
We'll do that, that sounds good.
Problems, every one of those things or something that would, we'll get to that.
I went through all of that too, and I thought of it down.
Does it get through the point where we're making assessments?
I would like to request a bigger council.
Why?
Fat man in a low coat around here.
Just push it over on me.
Okay, are we ready? Okay,
I did, I split it all down.
I will call this,
Yeah, we got some room.
work session to order at, what time is it?
6:06.
6:06, okay. The first thing on the agenda, or the only thing on this agenda is the community fishing pond. And, give me 1 second here to catch up, I apologize. And so I guess we'll hear from, the city manager, Sean, and, whoever else he needs to bring up with him to, pull back the curtains and let us know what's going on here.
So I'll be real brief. Danielle's gonna do pretty much all the talking tonight. I agree with what you just said. I think, this is a perfect opportunity, especially where we have, several new council members and just time has elapsed since I think, the fishing plan was kind of a big discussion, that we just bring up all the facts and information that the staff has, and then see, I think the purpose of this meeting is just to see what questions you have after hearing from what Danielle has, prepared. Let us know if you have any follow-up questions that we can dig into or research for you, but I think the whole intent tonight is just, give you all the information we possibly can and go from there. So with that, I would like to thank Danielle for all the work that she's put into, preparing all this information. You can see she has a giant file over there of information. There's a lot that has gone into this project in the past. And, so thank you, and we'll turn the time over to her.
Thank you,
Danielle.
all of you. So I do have to thank a couple other people that helped me gather this just super fast, Lynn and Myra, because I had to do a lot of research, so I just gotta put that out there. I know Sean thanked me, but I did not do this alone. So Sean did kind of mention, I guess my goal was really just to get you guys some information. I will try to answer any questions that you have to the best of my ability. I did do a lot of research. I brought the file with me in case we need to refer to it. And I did in the packet that's attached to the board docs, try to provide you guys with, as much detail as I could without overwhelming you completely. I do also wanna just kind of preface this conversation with, this will be the kind of initial meeting where I can hopefully give you guys some good background information and a good foundation, and moving forward, the developer, will still be coming forward to you guys at a different meeting to meet with you and be able to answer questions in regards to their development or anything related to that. So my focus is really on the city's project and the community fishing pond. But like I said, if you have questions that I can't answer, I will try to find them and get back to you guys. So with that being said, I would like to just kind of start right from the beginning of my packet. What I tried to do, it was a little bit challenging, so this isn't in perfect order, but I tried to just go back and kind of like retrace the steps and the things that have happened throughout this project. I did include, the master plan in this packet because I felt like it was important. I know this hasn't been a super open conversation in the past, however, I do think it's a really good project, and I think we have a lot of potential with it and can do some really cool things. So I wanted to reference the master plan that's been adopted because it does identify that, there would be some sort of pond down there. Now, the picture that's identified in the master plan is different setup and looks a little bit different, but same kind of idea. So that is kind of the first thing in your packet. And then I did go into, following that, we did obtain some county property that's in that area behind the communication center, the jail, all tied into where the fishing pond is proposed to be built. So we did do a deed with them that had kind of a sunset clause or a expiration, I guess. What it said, is that if we did not build the fishing pond, that land would resort back to Carbon County. We did that in 2017. The city then did actually renew that with the county in 2019. It does have that same clause where if the fishing pond is not built, it would revert back to them. That currently is set to expire in December of 2022. So we have a couple things there. Is we proceed with the community pond and we start building that land becomes the city's permanently. If we don't move forward with the project, again, that land goes back to the county. Or again, we could always renew and push it out farther. But just so you guys know, there's kind of that date tied to it. Do you guys have questions so far? If at any point you do, holler, stop me. Okay. So I also included, we did get a jurisdictional letter from the Wyoming Corps of Engineers. It is included in your packet. I won't read the very lengthy letter, but it pretty much just says that they have no jurisdiction and that we're good to proceed without their input. This property was previously zoned commercial 2 and residential 7.5. In 2018, a rezone application to change the entire property to residential multifamily did go before the planning commission, who made the recommendation to city council, who did approve the rezone. So that property over there is zoned residential multifamily at this time.
Is that the land where the, apartments are gonna go and also the pond and park and such?
It is the land where the apartments are going to go. The other portion of it, I believe, it's partially zoned, and I should have brought a zoning map, public and civic use. There's a section there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So I did not put, the budget items in here, but we do currently have, in the budget, it was carried forward $175,000 towards the fishing pond. At the very, I think it's third page in your packet, there is an cost estimate for you guys, for the Tin Can Hill, for the pond itself. So it does identify that the city's estimated contributions would actually be, just over $191,000. Like I said, currently in this current budget, we do have $175,000 appropriated.
Does that include the grant?
No,
Okay.
it does not.
Thanks.
Yeah. It's a lot, so I like the questions, help keep me in mind. So while we're talking about funding, we'll talk about the grants. We do have 2 grants. We have a Wyoming Game and Fish grant in the amount of $40,000. This was fully executed in July of 2019. typo, it was amended in July of 2020, apologize for that. It is set to expire on June 30th of 2021. We have received that amendment and talked to Game and Fish, who's willing to, do an amendment extending that grant. I will be, working on a resolution ratifying that grant because, I was not able to see where it's come to city council before. And currently that proposed amendment is in, being reviewed by legal, so that should be coming to you guys, I would think, in the near future.
Does that grant at this point in time obligate us to anything? And also, once we ratify that and sign it, do you know what that will obligate us to?
So if we ratify and do the, sign the resolution, that's saying that you authorize staff to proceed with the amendment of the grant to extend it, extend the grant in order to be able to utilize the funds.
But I mean, if we do ratify the grant itself, not the extension, but the grant itself, what are we obligating ourselves to, if anything?
Well, I think
Can you accept the grant and then potentially not use it down the road?
Well,
or
no, what I'm
not
saying
commit?
is if we accept the grant, it's always, I'll give you money
But,
if you, what's the if you?
So, like you're saying, so they're actually, super interested in this project and willing to work with us and stock it and do some different things as we proceed. So there's not a match to that grant. I mean, we are putting forward funding for the project, but that's just, they are willing to work with us. They are trying to do this in communities throughout Wyoming. So I don't, to my knowledge, I don't know if that's answering your question.
It kind of,
I'm sorry.
So
Councilman Weisenberg.
if you're ratifying the grant, that's just giving you an extension, right? And if it expires, then we just lose that grant?
If the grant expires and we don't do an amendment, we would lose it, correct? Now, what I am going to do is I'm basically saying through a ratification that we've already have this grant, we would like to amend it, and I'm asking permission for you guys to extend it, in order to keep that funding in place if we move forward.
Councilman Martinez, sorry.
It was my understanding that when they were gonna give us this grant, the grant pertains to the, retention pond. It doesn't have anything to do with the, developing the property or nothing. All it says is they're gonna put some fish in that retention pond. What we do with that property, that's this council's decision. Does that sound right? It doesn't say that we're gonna make it
It specifically identifies a community fishing pond.
right, not
Now, I don't
not
think-
a park. When I was talking to somebody when they, we went up and we went with the Game and Fish and the BLM, and all of us, got to talking up on the hill up there about, the pond. It was my understanding that they were going to, put out a grant, and that grant had to do with getting it ready to make it a fishing pond. Well, that's fine with me. I support that strongly. I think that having a pond, we have to have it anyway. We've been talking about that for years. My take on this is that if they wanna throw some fish in there, that's fine with me. I have a problem with that. My problem is that I don't, and I'm just telling you this, you know where I'm coming from, I don't really feel that, making it a full-fledged park is a good idea at this time. We have, numerous parks that have to be, taken care of, that we have to maintain and get them the way we want them, invest some money into them. So my take is that, yeah, I support the grant, I support the fish. I say throw some wild seed out there, let it grow, and do like every kid, like I did as a kid, walk across the field and go fishing. I don't think we necessarily need to make it a park. That's my take on that, so.
So,
I'm gonna go with that.
and honestly, what I would tell you guys is, and I'll continue going through this information, but at the end of the day, I think this community fishing pond can be to what level you guys wanna see for the community and what your constituents are telling you they wanna see. We can do all the way from the bare minimum of throwing some fish into a pond and telling people it's a community fishing area, to doing something as expensive as putting bathrooms, putting walking trails. We could put a dock to rent out kayaks. I mean, we have, what do we want it to look like, or what do you guys want it to look like? So at the end of the day, you guys can really drive what this project grows and can or will be. I think that's completely up to you.
One question I've always had is this was sold as a, we need a, floodwater retention pond. So if it's full of water and fish, what are we gonna do with them in the meantime? I mean, it's full of water, so how is it gonna act as a retention pond when it's already full?
So, Carl's here and can probably answer better, but on the second page, because I know, sorry, Carl. So on the second page, it does have kind of a sketched out drawing, so there's a couple pieces. There's actually, like constructed wetland outside of that, the pond. So in the event that there was a flood or more water than the pond could handle, it would go into those areas. The developer does want this to be a win-win for the community, so they are putting a retention pond on their property that will also tie into the pond, with just a connecting pipe, so that in the event that our pond needs to get rid of some water, we could put it back to them, or in the event that our pond needs some water, they could feed it into us. But that's the very non-engineering way of explaining that, if you need more
Councilman
detail.
Smith?
Danielle, I have a couple of questions before, I know you need to go through all of this before the whole picture is developed here. But it's my understanding that when I was on staff about 1987, 1990 sometime, we were told that we would have to have a retention pond without, just a retention pond. If we get the population of 10,000 people, which are only about 400 people away from that we still have to develop some kind of retention pond in that area. Does that still hold true? And then the second question I have for you, there's nothing that says this council can't do this in stages. But I'm more worried about doing the retention pond. I think it's a good asset for the community, but I do hear the concerns of people around me. But I think, down bottom line, don't we have to do this if we get 10,000 population?
So if we hit a 10,000, person population, we would be required to do a stormwater management plan. Now, what exactly that would look like, I cannot speak to that. That would be something we would have to work with an engineer, do some studies and development to see exactly what that would entail. But we do have that requirement to do the stormwater management. I would also agree the second part to that you could do it in stages, and I again would just go back to, I think that this can be to whatever level you guys want it to be, to very basic to something much more detailed. Again, you could start with something very simple and then expand from there if you wanted to.
Well, one other question I had was, it's been talked about forever, about a road that goes from Spruce Street over to, where it was always planned to go by, Baumgars. I noticed that road runs pretty much right through the pond.
Yes, so that road would not, with the development of this pond, be able to connect all the way through. What the plans, show is that it would come over from Harshman and it would run over, and then, the developer would actually like to tie into our road and connect as an extra access for emergency services or their people, and then we'd have a little parking lot on that side. And then on the other side, the east side, coming off of kind of by like the hotel and by Baumgars there, we would have kind of an access road going to a parking area on that side of the pond as well. But yes, the pond would impede that fully becoming a connected street.
Councilman
Yeah, a couple of questions, developer, you know, you said the developer wants to tie in their own pond into our pond, to help feed and vice versa. What's gonna be a contract issue with that, if there is, you know?
So the developer is willing to do an MOU with the city, which would identify specifically what their role is compared to our role, so that we could work with them on that, because one of the other things that they would like, and part of the thing that makes this pond affordable for the city of Rollins to construct is that they would like to do the dirt work, on the pond in order to use that on their site. So we would need to do some sort of, agreement with them on that.
And then the next thing is the road that Mayor Wycomb's talking about is already above grade in that residential area that's already there. So is there plans if we put that as an actual road in there with curb and gutter, how's that gonna affect the people that's already living there?
The trailers.
Yeah,
We
well,
received
there's a
that
house there
question
and
too,
everything.
Sorry.
So I'm just asking if we have that as an actual development, right? That road is already above the grade of those houses that's there, right? So what is that gonna look like if when we put curb and gutter for drainage on them already?
I don't know. I can look into that and get back to you, but I don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
That'd be a concern to me that it caused issues with the way that they have their properties there already, but just a question.
Yeah. One other question I have, and I should probably wait, but one question that keeps popping up is, usually when a developer is doing something like this, the land is in their name. I keep being told it's one developer and that's not the name on the land.
So they are in the process of selling and transferring that to the developer. And I don't have the specifics on that. That would be a good question when the developer comes to talk to you guys for them.
I mean, this might all be for naught if that blows up. I mean, are we putting the cart in front of the horse, or?
So we did talk to the developer who confirmed that this is moving forward. So that is the information I have at this point, is the project is moving forward. I know they've indicated that they're excited for it. It was put on hold with COVID and everything, their funding and things like that, but they do want to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Also, with the help of Amy, I might have an answer for your first question that I was maybe struggling with. So the grant does, for Wyoming Game and Fish, it does identify, specifically refers to exhibit, B and C, which does include a drawing of what would go there, so I think the grant would be tied to that. Is my understanding correct?
To the already designed,
Mhm.
and that's where,
No.
do we have that?
Yes, I'm sorry, it is in your packet behind the first Wyoming Game and Fish, and it's the last page before Second Amendment Wyoming Game and Fish grant, but it looks like this.
What, page is that?
I should have numbered these, I apologize.
Is it towards the front or back? I'm sorry.
It's kind of right in the middle.
Okay.
Of course.
I'm on 34, I think this.
Yeah, so if you see this title page here, it's the page right before this one.
Control F, the name of the title. I think it's page 50, does that sound right?
Sorry, I don't have it open electronically.
Oh, yeah, I think it's page 50.
Yes, it is page 50. Thank you. I'm following along.
On a nice tiny little screen that can't be read. So this right here is what the grant says it's gonna look like this, basically. I mean, this is the grant and this picture are married and this is what it is.
Yes, the grant agreement references that exhibit.
Can I say something? You
Yeah.
can modify grants Aaron. This, I think, is, I'm gonna say the Cadillac nozzle, but I think we need to be realistic. And I do think you can modify and amend grants, so when you get right down to it, I think they'll work with us on it, because they're game and fish, and they wanna see a pond, and we wanna do retention pond, because that's a drainage area down there, where the 2% slope up all the hills, go right down in that area.
So according to the diagram here, it can have a, stormwater control pond also, right?
That is actually on the developer's property. That would be the one that I talked about, would be connected, where if we needed to, we'd have that extra space and ability.
So that's included in the grant though, is that, I mean, if we're saying, I mean, I understand you can modify it, but if we are saying this, is that grant saying we're developing for that developer?
We are not developing that, no. I think that was just included, and I apologize, I didn't submit for this grant, but I think that was just included. I did specifically ask who was developing that, and the developer did confirm that's their retention pond. They will develop it, they will maintain it, like if it needs to be weed eated around it because of growth, they would take care of that.
What does that pond have to do with the pond that we're gonna build? Why would we want to tie ourselves to a developer? I'm supportive of them developing that land. I am supportive of that. But what I'm not supportive is to tie ourselves with a development that has some say-so as to how the city runs their business. Okay?
So, the reason that those two are tied together is because if we have a really high water year, and we need to get some water out of our pond, we can use their pond. Or if we have a really low water year, we could pull from them. So the reason that we would have that connection is just simply to give us the ability in like a major flood event to have more space to accept things without flooding our community pond, or like I said, if we needed that extra water.
And this grant doesn't have anything to do with that pond, is that correct?
Correct.
It just deals with the
The
retention
grant
pond that
is
we're
just
building.
for our community
Okay,
fishing pond.
okay, I know where I'm at. Okay, that's what I'm.
Councilman Smith?
Danielle, too, isn't there some agreement or some, I'm not gonna say agreement because it's not in writing, stuff that I know of, but isn't there some trade-off on removing soils and digging things out, and that's part of the cost savings that we'll have?
Yes.
If they do.
So there is not an agreement, however, if we move forward with this project, we would do an MOU or an agreement, whatever we wanna call it, with the developer. They would, that is a huge part of the cost. They would go in and actually do the excavation and the, grading and different things like that, because in turn, they do wanna use some of that as fill on their property. So that is, and it's broke down, I believe, on that cost sheet, because the total cost for the excavation of the ponds is $560,000. That they are willing to work with the city to do all of that work on their side. But there would need to be an agreement, which is not in place at this time.
I just see that we have this small pond, and we're fishing out of it, and this huge storm comes and ruins everything we've done around it. So,
Well, I guess this is what I'm trying to figure out, because since the very beginning, there was always talk about two ponds. Because we always talked about the fishing pond, but in the end, there was always discussion about a second pond. But that was never discussed as being part of the developer. It was discussed that both of these ponds would be the city ponds.
Yeah.
So I'm a little confused, are we talking 3 total ponds, or are we talking 2? And I'm just confused about the other one going to them, because I don't feel like that was ever the way it was presented in the past.
I cannot speak to the past. I do know this plan has changed multiple times, so I don't know entirely if we were doing 2, I don't know. There's 2 now, one is the city, one is the developers,
Okay.
and they would be connected. I apologize. I know there's been,
No, this is all I'm asking is, in your head, your understanding is there's 2 ponds, not 3, and, okay, that's,
Yeah.
I can honestly say this, that there's been a lot of discussion. There was a lot of meetings, a year ago or a year and a half ago that the council was not involved with. It had to do with some members of the staff and the developer. Because I know for a fact that they never did come. One of the questions that I asked way back then was, who was the developer? And give us some more information, we couldn't get it. I can't do it at this time because of whatever reason, they couldn't give it to us. So all this information we're getting is kind of, it was out there, but we're now getting it. We're starting kind of like new. So to find out what the developer's gonna do versus what the city's gonna do. That's where I'm at. I don't recall going to a meeting, where we sat with a developer or somebody, their engineer or anybody that was gonna tell us what they're gonna do. The one meeting that I had was up on the hill by, Tin Can Hill, and we looked down and Game and Fish said, well, we're gonna give you this grant, and then there was another grant, I think it was from, there was 2 grants that were visiting with us. The BLM was there, Game and Fish, the county people were there. So to me, it's kind of new. We're kind of starting. We always had in mind the retention pond. We've talked about it for a long, long time. We just didn't do anything about it. I'm very supportive of a retention pond. I think we need to have one. But I'd like full control of the properties that we have and separate it from, the developer. Let them do whatever they have to do with their land. And if we could work with them, fine, but there's a cutoff there somewhere. That's my take. I don't wanna get this city caught in a situation where, they're depending on us and we're depending on them, and they're having some more say-so than they think. I like the city to be able to do what they have to do with the properties that we have. Other than that, that's my take on it. I don't know if I'm wrong or right.
Councilman Weisenberg, you had something?
Yeah, I'm looking at the diagram some more here. It shows, 2 wetlands on there, so is that gonna be for
That would be
a
for
possible
overflow.
overflow, right? That's
Yeah.
what I was, my thing is now is the developer wants to tie in, but we got some wetlands there that, would we be utilizing those wetlands before, we ever overflowed into a developer's pond too? Or, you see what I'm saying? So, I'm actually with, Councilman Martinez on that. I think we should control 100% of this ourselves.
I agree, the delineation between what the city does and what the developer does, it can't be kind of
it needs to be clear.
it needs to be very clear, and it needs to be very well delineated on, this is exactly what we're gonna do, and this is exactly what we're not gonna do, and this is who pays for what, and so forth, as far as all the utilities and such like that, because I don't want the city to, participate and pay for somebody else's utilities on this development, because we haven't done it in the past. It's not something we should do anytime, and if we do it, then we'll be saddled with doing it in the future, and we could look at some way beautiful stuff, but I just worry about, can we afford it? And then once it's built, I've heard figures of maintenance of this property. Some of those, I spend more than that on my yard. So it really worries me. It's like giving your grandkids a pony for Christmas, wonderful gift. Now what? You gotta feed it and scoop, and, that's my worries about that. The other hand, I don't want us to be so proud of a mud hole with a couple outhouses down there either.
Agreed.
Councilman Smith?
It strikes me that no matter what we do, the developer's still gonna have to do for his own property mitigation because of the area that he's in. So he's still gonna have to, or they are still gonna have to make sure that their property drains right, and that's just part of developing or even building, and that doesn't affect us as long as we aren't in any long-term agreements or something where we have to, you know, I'm with, Councilman Martinez. Sometimes these long-term things don't work out, and you end up having to pay for them in the end, so I want to be very careful about that, but I still think that the developer's gonna have to come in with their own plans that get approved by community development when they build, and they're still gonna have to do their own drainage because of the area that it's in,
Kind of regardless of what we do.
yeah.
You know, these long-term things, they sound great, but the divorce rate in the United States is 53%.
You know,
Councilman Weisenberg?
I guess, one final thing for this, so if we're just ultimately wanting a retention pond, right? It's what we were after, and they wanna be able to stock that, so on a dry year, okay? We're not gonna be able to have that filled possibly, right, and run low or whatever, with possibly not having it stocked or anything, but is there a possibility for the water line that comes over to Rochelle to help stock that on a dry year, if we could continue that on? Cause I know it's supposed to continue on to the cemetery eventually, right, and be able to reduce the water usage of the city water usage there and just pull it off of that line. Is there a possibility for that to kind of kick in also to, so we're not relying, you know, we don't ever have to rely on anything, we have that there. And then maintenance or watering that's a lot cheaper if there is grass and stuff like that, is that a
That's
possibility?
actually been talked about, so yes, though it is a $6 project to run that raw water line, to the cemetery, so that we could water the cemetery with raw water instead of treated water as we do now. So that very specific item was talked about, being able to utilize that to fill the pond on, low years as well.
Another question that came up last year was the location of our airport, the landing strip or something. Right over the top or something, I don't know enough about that.
Oh, you're talking about, I
Something that you brought up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just jumped on that. I'm
You're
sorry.
okay.
There was discussion about if the pond was there and it brought in extra birds or, flying critters, because the runway basically goes over that direction. My understanding was that was done and that there was,
Not a problem.
there was not a concern, or it was.
So I did include in the very last page of your packet, it's not the full report, but, they did FAA, right?
We brought down the biologist from Casper.
They did agree to this. I don't have the full report yet, but at that last page, it actually shows you that with the pond, there would be a decrease in hazard. So that was not a concern and has been looked at.
I hadn't heard what the answer to that was.
Yeah, and that is on the very last page. You'll see in the one column, it identifies pre-pond and then post-pond
Okay.
numbers there for your information. So.
In the same location, where normally they would fly higher.
I do know that it's exactly in line with the runway, and if you look at the aerial view of it, if you take half of that runway and go out half of the runway, that's exactly where the pond is, dead center on the runway, half a runway out. So that's, it concerned me when I first saw it.
And
But if
that
the
study
FAA
cost,
signed off, I guess,
I can't remember if who had, somebody had to pay, there was a couple $1,000 to bring them in to get that done. I mean, it was actually a legitimate thing.
okay. Because it was a concern of mine at one time. Because with grants, you sign things that, and like with an FAA grant, you sign a paper that says you will not let growth happen in the airspace necessary to operate the airport. And that's what alarmed me when I first saw that.
Agreed.
But it comes down to if the FAA signed off on it and said it's an acceptable project, then who am I? I mean, that's fine by me. I
Yeah,
trust.
it was a biologist from Casper that, and I apologize, I didn't wasn't sure on that, but yeah, that information is in there, and birds are not my thing, I don't really like them, so I would totally refer to that person.
I would like to, I don't think it's, unless you have this in your presentation and we're jumping the gun, which is very possible, because we've been doing this all night, sorry. But I'm really concerned, I mean, I like the project, I don't have it doesn't give me real heartburn to do that. I am worried a little bit about safety, you know, apartments and children in a 20-foot deep place to drown, and such like that bothers me a little bit. So we're gonna have some responsibilities there to sign it and to maintain certain places so you can climb out of it, you know, no cliffs going in and all these sort of things that make it a safer place. I'm really worried about being able to pay for it and the maintenance yearly.
So, it is included in here, I am not even gonna pretend to be a pond expert at all. So I did do a lot of research going through this, and I found a study that was actually funded by the EPA, specifically talked about pond maintenance. So I used that a lot because I felt like it would be a little bit more reliable than like Wikipedia or something. And what they said is that, maintaining a pond is the equivalent and we're talking in 1 acre section, would be the equivalent of mowing or maintaining a 1 acre grassland, which they estimated the cost to be $50 per acre, and then you would times that by the number of times that you would go mow that, so weekly or whatever that is. So I did do a little calculation that's at the bottom of the very cover page for you guys. So if we say $50 per acre times the number, and this is where it is subject to change. I initially said, okay, if we do summer months, it would be approximately $1,100. Now, I did say it could go up from there if we add bathrooms and we do some different things. The other thing is, maybe it's not just summer, maybe it's year-round because we do ice fishing or we do ice skating. So that could change a little bit, but you could kind of use that based off the study, the $50, and then times it however many times you're doing that maintenance. Just to kind of, and again, I'm not gonna pretend to be an expert, but I did find that information and.
Yeah, I just don't know about that. I spend over $1,500 a year on my yard. But I do have a big yard. It's almost an acre, and I keep it up. I keep it like I would like that kept nice, you know, but it's a lot of hours.
I think that's just referring to the pond part of it, though.
Yeah, but you ain't mowing a pond, and it's water.
No, yeah. I think-
But that's a weekly cost, you're $2,600 a week.
No,
No,
I'm saying that would be an annual based on a seasonal summer. Because what I said is $50, that,
You're right,
how did I word it exactly?
15 acres.
Councilman Garner?
Just a couple questions on, I was looking at the estimate of cost, for the items. Let's see, item number 2, the bentonite, liner. If that fell, would we be the ones responsible to replace and repair? And then, number 7, the recirc and discharge sump. It says that it's $30,000. It looked like we might have something already in place down there. But if those fell, is the city responsible to replace and repair those items?
Yes, it would be our pond, so we would be.
You know, the other thing that I look at too is, the concern is I wanna make sure that we keep these grants, that we don't lose them. I think they're pretty good chunks of money to help us with this retention pond and stuff, so. That's just something I wanna bring up, that I am very much interested in those grants.
I think, I would like to have some more time spent on the maintenance part of it, maybe some different levels of completion. And I think I know what I'm asking. It's a big job, and I appreciate that. It isn't gonna take an afternoon, it's gonna take a while, but we have a while. So, I would like to see, if you can get closer on any of the numbers and start nailing things down, because we have a lot of, there's a lot of unknowns out there, and I realize there's no way you can know a lot of it already, but, the maintenance really worries me, because we're good at building stuff. And then we have a hard time maintaining them, and
So
I don't
maybe,
want the people out there to, oh, you're building something new, and then, be like a bunch of people with this new shiny item and let the rest go to heck, and I just wanna be careful and not do that.
I was gonna say, so maybe like, if I'm understanding what, like maybe just sort of a basic, it just went in there with a dirt parking lot, what it would cost to maybe add some bathrooms, then maybe what it cost to put some paving down. Is that kind of what you?
Right.
Sort of, in other words, it's hard for you to know what maintenance is, because you don't know what a final product is. Nobody knows what a final product is until we start talking about what it's gonna cost to build all the different, what would it cost just to put a pond in a dirt parking lot, right?
And
Oh,
the
well, we've got an
and the
extra
basic
20 grand,
safety-
let's pave it, right? That
And
kind
the
of,
basic safety items,
That's
because
right.
there's gonna be some, if we do this, there's gonna be some minimal things we have to do. So they have to be included in the minimalistic look, and then maybe a halfway deal, and then, the Apollo 17 model.
does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, no, I can not do that tomorrow.
Right, Councilman White.
You got 2 hours.
Yeah.
A couple things, that, I'm reading one thing here, but the first thing I wanna ask about is, we would have to extend that road into the pond that would go by where the developer is gonna be, right? Developing the property.
Yes.
So, my understanding is the developer is required to put in, their water, their sewer and all that stuff, right? And that aspect of things, so how much are we putting that in there, saving them? I mean, in the end scheme of things, right? Cause
The
I mean, we could
developer
access,
actually has access off of Cedar Street.
okay?
So they're not coming in off of Spruce. Now, if we develop it, then they would, as just an extra additional exit or for emergency services, connect to that, but their main access is off of Cedar Street.
So their main access, their main point of accessing the water for their property and everything is off of Cedar, no matter what.
The water will actually come over behind, or it'd be, I guess, south of, Spruce, or where that is, that they tie into there. It's not specifically on Cedar, but their, main entrance and everything would be, their access would be off of Cedar.
And that's where their city taps would be for all that, is what I'm,
No, our mains don't run down Cedar Street itself, so it's off to, it'd be to the west a little bit of there, but they are extending their own water, sewer. They would do their access off of, Cedar Street. They have to get that, I believe have it from YDOT already. But that's completely 100% on the developer. That's not anything that we.
So if we build an 8-foot fence across there, they're okay.
Yes.
okay. Now sorry.
Go ahead.
Now the second question then is, as, reading this packet and stuff, it says, in the first page on the second to last paragraph there, it says we have paid $34,886, and for the plan review to be completed, right? It's already been paid, so there's not been a permit issued or nothing like that, so did we jump the gun, and what happened there?
So when they submitted their building permit application, at that time, we were, in the midst of, a lot of things going on. I think that was the same year we had the hailstorm, if I recall correctly. It was insane. So they were ready to get going, move forward. That year was the initial intent. We have one building official that's licensed to do plan reviews. So when we have huge projects like that, from time to time, we will contract out the plan review to help us with that process, just because, these plans, I was actually gonna bring them tonight, and then I decided not to because they are rolled up. They're huge. It's a lot. So we contracted with them to help with that plan review portion of the permit. Now, normally, on smaller projects and again, if it's a year where maybe we're not doing a lot of construction, our building official would review those. the city still did for different, like utilities and things like that, they review, for fire hydrants, all of that, but they review the building code, make sure it's in compliance and things like that, is what they did there.
I'd like to see us working with the developer. I'm supportive of people developing, and so I think it's important that the city gets involved with some of their things, but at the same time, it separates the city's retention pond and fishing pond and all that is one project. Building these apartments is another project. But we're working with them to help them as much as we can. Does that sound? That's the way I think that we should be working.
I agree, as long as we're not doing things for the developer that we wouldn't do for any developer. And that's kind of the bottom line with me. I mean, I want the city to be cooperative, and if we can work with them and make a better project out of it, I'm fine with that, but I do like that super clear delineation on what's ours, what's yours. You're paying for your stuff, we're paying for our stuff. You know, as far as letting them use the dirt out of the pond to build up their property, that's a win-win. That seems just crazy not to do that. But when it comes to utilities, streets, curbs, gutters, you know, those sort of things, I don't wanna be paying for none of theirs. And I'm not, you know, just because I don't wanna do that for every developer that comes along. You can't afford that.
And I agree, I would never recommend that to you guys at all. I do think that, I mean, one of our big goals is to work with people and to be more development and business friendly. So we should have that partnership and we should be working with them. But absolutely, we should not go in there and run their water lines by any means. That's not something I wanna do for any developer, but I'm with you. It is a huge win if we can work with them and let them do $500,000 in work to get a benefit for us and them. Like, those are the things I will support all day long and recommend to you guys.
Ma'am?
So, for the sake of clarity and transparency, exactly who is the developer and who owns the land?
Sinclair Refinery is the developer, and they are in the process of purchasing the land.
It's presently owned by All-in-One Construction, as far as I can tell by looking at courthouse records. Councilman Weisenberg?
I just wanna go back and refer to this $34,000 here for the plan review. Is that something that we're gonna have to spend money on again? Or is that plan review gonna be subject to what we, have going now?
So the plan review is completed at this point. Now I will say that if they, depending how far out this goes, the 2021 building codes did come out, they may need to make some changes to their plan. That will be 100% on the developer. That will not be a cost incurred to us. Because I do believe that currently it references the 2018. Don't quote me on that. But that would be, again, that's not a city thing.
But that's only if we adopt those new
Yes,
codes,
yes.
correct?
Correct. But otherwise, the plan review is completed at this point. We would not need to do a new plan review or anything like that.
I tell you, I'm anxious to talk with the developer. I don't know I mean, I understand proprietary information and all that, but this has just been so secretive that it creeps people out, and I'm having to be one of them people. You know what I mean?
They want to come to you guys. I wanted to get you guys this information first, because what I didn't want to happen is that the developer come forward and for you guys to feel like you were unprepared or you didn't have some solid information in front of you. So, I mean, was kind of my idea to present it to you guys, because I wanted to make sure you had something. I didn't want you to feel like blindsided, or I didn't want the developer to be here and you guys be like, gosh, I wish I would have asked these things, or I wish I would have known about that to address it. And so I just thought this was a good idea before bringing them in. They
Sure.
fully intend to come talk to you guys.
Well, and I appreciate that. It's just been going on for what, years and years and years, and lots of questions asked and very few answers, and, this is very refreshing hearing and seeing the plans and getting a more solid view about what's going on. Something of this size, I'm sure it will take several meetings with the developers to come to a, thorough understanding of what's going on, so we don't get partway down some particular path, and it's like, well, that's not what I understood. Well,
Absolutely,
you
and
know,
I go
wanna
back
feel very
to-
comfortable with it, so when we get up out of our chairs, we can go out on the street, and when somebody comes up and has things to say about it, we can, better portray exactly what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely, and then I go back to, I think, again, we work with them, but we need an MOU or an agreement with them. And you guys are going to approve that and be heavily involved. That's not something that, I'm gonna go draft up, or Sean, that's gonna be driven by you guys and the developer and all of us working together.
Hear that, Amy?
It
Councilman
would
Councilman
definitely
Durst?
be a development agreement, it would not be an MOU.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, we just need to, it needs to be more solid, 'cause it's like herding cats. And, yeah.
On that, I'm sorry, he's got me locked on this other stupid number now. That, for that plan review, was that to review the developer's plan or to review our pond plan?
The developer's plan, the construction, the apartment construction plan.
And that was just to verify that they're doing it legally and properly
That they're,
and,
right, that they're meeting all building codes and all city ordinances, yes.
okay, so,
Do you include their pond?
I would have to look at it again to see what, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
I guess that was gonna be my follow-up, is if, my concern was, if this pond changes, right, from where that grant picture was, then would we have to pay for that? But that would only be changes to that
Yeah,
other
so,
situation.
no, it would not. So it was not any plan review on our pond at all. It was simply so anytime, like, let's say I was gonna build a new hotel. I would submit a building permit application with site plan, construction plans, that would require a plan review. Same with apartments or a new home, so it was for the construction of the apartment.
Okay, I just wanna make sure I understood what,
Yeah.
Well, and I understand when somebody comes with a project like this, it's so involved, it's over the scope and range of the city staff because of the size of it, and so we're gonna have to pay somebody to tell us, yeah.
well, that's, people do that for a living, that's what
Yeah,
they do.
well,
I
and
mean, that's,
sometimes, yeah, and I know with other organizations, you have to sometimes do that it's just too big for the city to handle. That's a big plan.
Yeah, it's our standard ordinance to put all developers through plan review, period, in the conversation. So, because it's voluminous, that's
Sure.
why it's
I was just trying to figure out whose plan that it had reviewed.
there, yeah.
Not that it was, but whose was it?
Could I just throw something out there?
Amy has to speak, I'm sorry.
Oh, just for the council and for those listening, the plan that was submitted, it may or may not require additional plan review, depending on whether or not the plan has been changed since then. And so, I think there's a question regarding the pond and the location of the pond, so that may or may not happen, but I think it's important for us to have that information.
Councilman Smith?
I just want to point out, you guys have put together a strategic plan, it's under beautification and all the way down that, improve attractiveness of city entryways and properties, and this project would fall into that. And I think to know how we handle it is really important, so I just want to point that out, we just did that.
I think from listening to everybody here tonight, other than we have a zillion questions and whatnot, I think we're all positive about the project. I think business was right there, and I looked at that ugly place for a long, long time, and it is one of the first things people see when they come here. It would definitely change it. It's just so we can afford it. Because I could think of a lot of things we could do that would be incredibly awesome, and we'd never pay for it in my lifetime. So that's just my deal. I just want to make sure we can pay for it.
Yeah, the $1.1 million deal, and we're asked to pay $191,000, we've already got $175,000 budgeted, so.
If those are,
Good numbers.
if those are numbers end up being stay black instead of turning red on us or something.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that.
And then I do just, you guys have asked a lot of questions that I talked about a little bit more in this page, but the one thing that we haven't really touched on yet, there is a second grant. It is the Wyoming Wildlife Grant, and it is in the amount of $180,000. We initially got that in 2017, and then council did ratify and amend that grant to extend it in May of 2020. It currently is set to expire on July 1st of 2023. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. A copy is in your packet too. I think the other things you guys have kind of questioned and talked about a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure that was out there too. But otherwise, if you guys have more questions, I know this is a lot of information. I know you're anxious to talk to the developer, so hopefully this helps prepare you a little bit. And then at the end of the day, this is driven by you guys, and you will be involved in that development agreement and things like that. So, and I will work on the additional questions that I could not answer today.
Sure.
I'm kinda interested as to what we're gonna do. You know, I was talking to a council member in Laramie. They did along the Laramie River, they put their walking trails through there. A lot of that was done through a grant. And I'm sure when we have a conference in August, if they open up this virus thing and they have the conference in Laramie, they'll take us through a tour of that. They cleaned up all that area. They put walking trails. You can see kids riding their bikes through there, and they didn't spend a lot of money. They threw some, because it was natural, they threw a lot of wild grass there. I'm sure there's deer and birds and everything else down there. And as you're driving by, it looks a hell of a lot nicer than what it had before, because we had, a lot of it was, I don't know if it was owned by the railroad, but the railroad was using it. There was a lot of creosote, ties, but stuff like that. They cleaned it all up. Really, really looks nice. And it wasn't a big, huge project. We weren't putting slides and swings and restrooms and carrying on with all this stuff that we can't really afford. That's my take on it. Maybe I'm wrong, but, that's how I feel.
Guernsey, Wyoming is a small town, very small town, and way fun too. It's really a cool town. They have done some amazing things, and one of the things they did was something like this along the river. They cleaned it up and put, places to sit, benches and tables and such like that, and, it really changed. If this project would be, as good as we can make it, it would really change Rawlins. It really would. Plus, we need the housing, plus. I mean, the downside is, can we afford it? And it looks like if we do it right, we can. How fancy can it be? I don't know. The upkeep part of it just worries me. I just don't want a weed patch and a mud hole and a couple outhouses. If we're gonna do that, let's don't do that.
And I think you guys have some potential. My hometown actually has a pond, and they do, it's a fishing pond. And I'm familiar, so I use them as an example, but the city does some form of an agreement or contract with an individual. It's a private business that goes down there. They set up a little portable shed that's on skids, and they actually pull in their kayaks and paddle boards. And instead of charging that individual like a rent payment to be there, their agreement is you run your business here, but you clean up the trash and you empty the trash cans to do some things to help with the maintenance. Not saying we have to do that, I'm just throwing it out there that I think there's some potential. On the flip side, now that turns into creating some additional recreational activities in that area. You know, maybe I don't like to fish necessarily, but my kids and I will go paddleboard, and I know it's not a huge pond, but it gives me something where I don't have to go all the way to Semino, or I don't have to worry about getting stuck in the wind at Semino. I can go to a little pond that's more manageable. So I do think there's some different cool things that we could do, but again, it's what extent do we want? And that would be something, I mean, as long as we could slope it, or we could, have maybe a little dock where you can get in your kayak there or something, that would be achievable.
Well, one other thing is if we did ice skating, for instance, with the aeration and stuff, do we have to aerate it to keep the fish alive? And if we do, that would discourage ice, of course. I mean, I don't know, but we live in a place where we should have ice skating.
Yeah, I believe they did it deep enough so that the fish could survive without it being aerated. It's how it's designed,
Okay,
so.
okay. Councilman Weisenberg?
I'm just one, I guess, liability of this, what's the liability of this, and what kind of safety protocol do we have to put in place for this also? I mean, it's a huge liability, I don't wanna throw it out there, but what happens if a kid goes out there and drowns, right? And then what's the liability on the city at that point in time?
I think that's obviously something that should be explored. The mayor alluded to it earlier. There needs to be a clear study regarding safety precautions and ensuring that we have all of those in place before we even do that official shovel breaking ceremony. Anytime you're dealing with even a few inches of water, it's a concern about drowning children.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
A million.
I do too. I'm gonna have to think about it. Here's what I'm gonna suggest we do is, I don't know when the developer's coming, do you know?
Well, I wanted to actually talk to you guys and see how fast you'd like to get them here. We were actually, I was talking to, other staff this morning about kind of what our work sessions look like, because I know we have a lot of things coming up. In fact, I have personally a few more things I need to bring back to you guys, so what timeframe are you wanting? Because I think they're willing whenever.
I'm gonna even do a special meeting for this.
Well, I don't wanna wait till after budget necessarily to borrow, and I'll tell you why, 'cause that's too long. I think our budget might even have to do with this project, and like, hey, what, you know, we're gonna have to do some preparation, so I'm with Aaron, I would even have a special meeting
Okay.
to meet with them, and between now and then, which I'd probably a couple of weeks at least, and that would give us each a chance to maybe talk to each other and to go out and develop some good, solid questions that would clarify things, that way we can think about it for a minute.
So, on the April, what's the date? Yes, okay,
Not
sorry.
on the first, that's April
April 6th
Fool's
meeting, we
Day.
have,
Not the first.
we have our budget work session. Are you thinking maybe that week, though, that you're?
We actually already have 3 work sessions, that, April 6th, 7th, and 8th, you're hearing from every department about their capital projects.
Well,
So not that week.
Not that week.
And then the following Tuesday is our budget input session, and then the next Tuesday is a normal council meeting with a work session.
Maybe what we could do, if we can get a hold of the developer, just ask them when they can come with us, or give us a few dates, and then we can send it out and ask everyone what would work best.
And then ask them to avoid those dates if you.
Yeah.
Because I want everybody to be clear-headed and not wore out, because this is important stuff here.
What about like the 15th? You do have one other, on the 13th, you have a meeting, which is a Tuesday for budget, and then the 15th would be Thursday that week, so it'd be 2 that week. And that's
Is
the
that
week
okay with you
following
guys?
your 3. How are you guys feeling
You guys
about
good with
that?
that?
Yeah, that's getting rough, man, that's a lot of days that they're asking me to close, so I don't,
Yeah.
that's almost 2 weeks.
Well,
So I I would just say, let's see what they come back with as far as timing goes, 'cause,
Okay.
I mean, 6th, 7th, and 8th, that's rough, that's,
Okay, I
that's a
will,
lot to,
what I'll do is I can kind of see what they have and then maybe shoot you all an email together and say, here's a couple days. Let me know what's the best for, and I'm most likely gonna have to do just majority that
And
would
if
work.
somebody can't make it, prepare your questions. Somebody else can ask them, or it can be asked by somebody. I think that's just important, and then that way, by the time we all ask our own separate questions, after we all go out and do a little bit of our own research and stuff, we should have it covered. Myra, you had something to say?
While we were talking about the work sessions, I just wanted to remind council, March 30th, we also do have a meeting that Tuesday, for the nonprofits to come present, and then there's a little bit of work ahead of that on the strategic plan. So don't forget, 30th, then 3 in a row, and then the 13th.
Do you hear it? Mush.
What time is that on the 30th?
I believe it starts at 5 now, but at 6 o'clock, the nonprofits will be coming to present. Right, Sean?
And that's on this schedule thing you gave
Yes.
us, correct? Because if it's not written down.
It's even in board docs now.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you. Anybody have any other questions or comments? Callie?
Yeah, I just really quickly want to revisit the second pond, because I'm really confused. So is it the plan on page 2 or the plan on page 50 that we're going with? The reason I ask is because one is from February 2020, and that has apartments, literally where the 2018 one has the second pond.
I actually had that question too, and I was just gonna let it go, 'cause page 2 says exhibit 1, and it only shows 1 pond,
Yeah.
and then
that was
page
what
50
was
has the 2
presented to the
ponds.
commissioners for the renewal of the quitclaim deed.
So basically, there's 2 plans, and neither of them are the same, they're completely different.
And we
So-
lose a pond.
So when they come, we'll wanna, if you can get it ahead of time even,
I
it would,
can tell you that they changed, their pond was initially on the east side of the development and switched to the west side. Again, it goes back to, I think this plan has changed multiple times. So.
if you
but I
could,
can ask-
between now and the time we meet with them, maybe get the most current one, the one that
No.
they wanna go with, it would sure, solve a lot of confusion and probably get rid of 50 questions or so.
So it'll be
If you
2
can.
different plans. I'll have them prepare their most current, which I do have a really large one of their development, and then I'll make sure that we have the most current pond for the city. So,
Thank you.
thank you guys.
Is there anything else? And we will stand adjourned.
Save the rest for the meeting.
Okay, let's see,
What's that? Right? Oh. All 5 years of my life. Yeah, that goes way before. I have no idea. And when did you do that? That was, in the 70s that used to be done, or early? So it was even before that. So probably 40s, 50s, maybe. So yeah, you're talking. 60s and before, right? Probably some license plates in there. Right? We listened to that podcast, that was good.
Did you?
Yeah.
That was.
We turned it on and Mary and I just sat there and listened to the whole thing.
Cool.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was really worried that they wouldn't do me justice. They did. I'll have to send it to you.
I think it was a good job, right? Because that's always the biggest thing is, as they talk in the forward and the past, suddenly things get misinterpreted and misconstrued.
Well, and some of it was, again, they've done that a few times. Huh? Yeah, and then they did a podcast with me where they just were radio programs. Yeah. The one you read and the one you listened to, there's another one. And then there's a guy from a newspaper in Florida, he's coming out this week here, or next week. And then there's I said, let me know when you get there. I'll probably owe somebody $150 cups of coffee,
They're all, and I'm not sure. But that is true. In theory, for
what it's worth, right? I mean, like everybody else, I'm over it, I'm tired, I'm burnt out as well. All things considered, it's as good as it could be. Yep. And I think this is, I feel the optimism now. I mean, even because I got on the no waste list, so when nobody shows for the vaccine, they call. Even I've got the one vaccine. And Mary's got it. I mean, I can just feel the optimism that, you know what? July and the summer is really actually, everything's gonna happen. Yep. And I just think that's brought a lot of, just warm fuzzies in general, just everybody's.
Okay, are we ready?
Sure, buddy.
All right, yeah, we'll call this meeting to order. It is now 7:32, and the first thing on the agenda is to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice Can we have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Terry Wickham,
Here?
Vice Mayor Jacqueline Wells, Councilmember Aaron Dexter,
Here?
Councilmember Gary Garland,
Here.
Councilmember Jabari Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Linda Smith, here, Councilmember Chris Weisman.
Here.
All righty, thank you. Next thing on the agenda is we will open a public hearing, for the renewal of retail liquor license number 99, Candy Mountain LLC, doing business as Sunnyside Liquor. With that being said, is there anybody here that would like to speak to that? Okay, we do have, joining us by Zoom, I think.
Honorable Mayor Mike Wycombe and Council, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Oh, wonderful. Well,
Yes, we can.
okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you very much for your time this evening. It's a very interesting circumstance that a year ago, COVID brought us a whole bunch of new things, including Zoom, although Mother Nature is what's stopping me from coming to see you tonight. And I do appreciate you allowing me to appear by Zoom and respond on behalf of Candy Mountain LLC relative to their renewal application for their retail liquor license. Certainly, I anticipate that the council may have some questions, and I do want to be available to respond to those. But there are a few things that I want to make sure that I point out in advance of responding to your questions and making sure that we have all the information necessary for your final, I guess, removal of the condition on the approval of the renewal of the liquor license. It is my understanding that at the February 16th meeting, the liquor license renewal application was conditionally approved pending some confirmation or some information to be gathered from the liquor division, which I understand has been done. But in this case, I want to make sure to start with a few things to bring you up to speed. I know that you have a package of information that includes a timeline and a number of appendixes. And so for purposes of trying to make sure we're all on the same page, I will try to use your appendixes. If there is any question or if I somehow get lost in the paper shuffle, please feel free to stop me and I'll be happy to make sure that we're all on the same page. But as most of you may be aware, but if not, just to bring you up to speed, this liquor license was originally transferred to my client Candy Mountain LLC pursuant to an application filed in December of 2019 to transfer that liquor license. That was largely unremarkable. And you have in your packet Appendix B, which is that transfer application. And while there's a couple things that I think are maybe a date print or some things like that that may have been interesting in that, I think that's unremarkable, except to notice that the transfer of that original liquor license was intended to be what we're going to refer to as part, or it related to a dispensing room that was not fully completed and operational at that point in time. So as noted on the front page of that new or transfer liquor license, Appendix B, it says this license or the facility for that is under construction, planned to open by the beginning of the summer of 2020. And so that is what started this process. Is the application was transferred to Candy Mountain, was parked pursuant to the statutes and pursuant to the municipal code that allows that to happen. And that remained that way until July of 2020. In July of 2020, there was an email from Andrea Shepard, who is a member of Candy Mountain LLC and one of my clients, along with her husband, Troy, and her son, Devin Shepard. But that email was sent on July 1st and was intended and designed to take that liquor license off of Park and allow things to become, for lack of a better term, move into business. What is important for the council to remember and to consider in this process is in March and early April is when COVID hit very hard. And I know that the city council has been very active in doing things and responding things, including dealing with these various state mandates and other things regarding business operation, regarding masks, regarding congregation, regarding people in public spaces, all of those things. And all of that came about typically the end of March or early April, depending on where you were in the world when it started hitting close to home. In any event, pursuant to the application that I'd mentioned to you before, the Appendix B, the Candy Mountain was in a position where they felt they were supposed to get their facility operational and get their dispensing room in a position where it could operate by the beginning of summer. And they did that by the 1st of July, notified the city at that time, and there's the email there, and then there's an email from the deputy clerk to the Liquor Commission, all of which coincides with the removal of that liquor license from its Park state. Realistically, there was nothing remarkable about that. I'll come back and talk a little bit about some other factors here in just a minute, but there's nothing really remarkable about that until the renewal time came about. And the issuance of that that license when it came off Park is pretty clear, and it's in the city records that it's showing that it comes off of Park on technically July 2nd, but the application was done on July 1st. And so then that liquor license was issued and effective July 2nd through the end of the term, which would be the 1st of April 2021. As is always the case on these renewals, and it's important for the council to understand, which I think you're very familiar with it, you know, the right to renew a liquor license is a personal privilege that's afforded to the prior holder of that and can only be removed from them under certain provisions of both the municipal code and the statute, which I'll talk about in just a minute. But in any event, the liquor license was issued and allowed to be, and I should say the licensee was allowed to sell and acquire liquor pursuant to that license from July 2nd or July 1st to the end of that license, which would be the 1st of April. As is always the case, comes time for renewal, the end of December of 2020, and a renewal of that liquor license was made by Candy Mountain. And that's where things got a little bit maybe misunderstood or cattywampus, in that when that liquor license renewal application was presented, one of the questions is are you operating? And at that point, I want to make sure that you understand, at that point, Candy Mountain was in a position where the dispensing room was operational. The notices that were required to be posted by the Liquor Commission concerning to a dispensing room were all posted and have been posted and remain posted there relative to going into that dispensing room. That door was open and available for people to go in, although it was not advertised. And I should give you the caveat that it really was only open when any one of the proprietors, which were Andrea Shepard, Troy Shepard, or Devin Shepard, were on site, which was quite often during the day, but they really weren't in a position of trying to promote or make sales because of the COVID restrictions and the challenges with being able to have a business open and have people publicly congregate in any particular situation. In addition to that, they looked at this and said it doesn't make sense for us to incur additional expense to have someone here when we're really not promoting the sale of alcohol and trying to make money off of that because of the COVID restrictions. We're in a position of trying to, for lack of a better term, hunker down and weather the storm until normal business operations could return. So in that situation, that renewal application was presented, but there was some confusion because the person who was contacted at the city's office believed that liquor license was on park. And in fairness to everyone, I think everybody was a little confused. I think that person was confused. I think Ms. Shepard was confused in exactly how to respond to that. And I think that may have led to the reason why the council had some concerns about this and is having this conditional portion of this matter reviewed based on your previous vote. So in that regard, I think it's important to come back around, and we can talk about some other specific details if you want, but I think it's important to come back around and understand exactly what was going on. The dispensing room of Candy Mountain at the address in the application was operational, was open to the public on a regular basis, at basically 8 to 5 every day when either Andrea, Devin, or Troy on site. And they actually did incur or did undertake some sales in both the third quarter of 2020 and the fourth quarter of 2020. And another question I think that is out there that I need to address right now, and those sales tax returns have been presented to the Department of Revenue. I know in this package of appendices that you have, there is an Appendix J, which is a sales tax hold notice that was issued on the 3rd of March of 2021. That issue has been resolved, and those tax returns have been filed with the Department of Revenue. The Department of Revenue has signed the sales and use tax license number for Candy Mountain. And other than the snowstorm that we have, my last email from Mr. Dryden was that those matters would be addressed early this week, and it would be cleared up. I anticipate that that's going to happen. And I guess, as I will point out in a minute, I don't believe that's necessarily an issue for the council to consider. Coming then to the final point, I guess, that I'd really like to make sure that we talk about, and then I'll be happy to answer and respond to any questions that you may have or that staff may have, is that both pursuant to the statute and pursuant to the municipal code, which does a very nice job of tracking the same requirements as the statute, the provisions for renewal, and I think it's important to understand that if we're talking about a renewal, and I'm actually reading from the code here, so it's just a little bit different from the statute, but tracks the same way. If a renewal hearing, the renewal hearing should be held not less than 30 days preceding the expiration date of the license or permit. And I believe that that was done at your February 16th meeting. This is now a response to the conditional approval of that. So I don't think there's an issue with that. A license or permit, and I'm back to the code again, a license or permit shall not be issued, renewed, or transferred if the licensing authority finds from the evidence presented at the hearing one of 5 factors. And so I think it's important for your purposes as the licensing body to recognize that you can only look at these 5 factors and determine whether or not there's a basis for not renewing that license, which again is a personal privilege granted to a licensee with a right of renewal. Those 5 factors are: 1, the welfare of people residing in the vicinity of the proposed annual license or permit premises shall be adversely and seriously affected. With respect to that, I don't think we've had any evidence either at the prior hearing or at this proceeding tonight that says anybody in that vicinity, the people residing in that vicinity, have been adversely or seriously affected. Number 2, the purpose of this title shall not be carried out by the issuance, renewal, or transfer of the license or permit. And again, I don't think that's a fair circumstance to look at either, because the licensing purpose is to make sure that that qualified people obtain licenses, and that those licenses are then worked under in accordance with law. And I think it's important to look at in this circumstance, we don't have any issue where the operation of the liquor license or anything that was done was not in accordance with law. There may be some question we'll talk about in just a second, and you may have questions about concerning the hours of operation and those type of things, but that's not a violation of law. That's simply a question of what are the regulations or what are the terms that have been expressed concerning the operation or use of the liquor license. Number 3 is the number, type, and location of existing licenses or permit meets or meet the needs of the vicinity under construction. And again, I don't think we have an issue with that. I don't think you're in a position where you're saying there's too many liquor licenses in this vicinity, and therefore you're going to not renew this one. The 4th one is the desire of the residents of the city will not be met or satisfied by the issuance of the renewal of the liquor license. And again, I think based on the evidence you had at your prior hearing and what you're hearing tonight, there's nothing that indicates that the residents of the city would be in any way jeopardized, or their needs would not be met by the issuance or renewal of this license. And finally, any other reasonable restrictions or standards which may be imposed by the licensing authority should not be carried out by the issuance renewal. To the best of my knowledge, there are no additional reasonable restrictions or standards that have been placed on the holders of liquor licenses in the city of Rawlins. Now, if there's something that I don't know about, please advise me, but I don't believe there are any other reasonable restrictions or anything placed on liquor licenses. So I will try to get to what I understand, although I don't know for sure, but what I understand to be the issue or concern relative to this particular permit is the requirements that a licensee be operational, which is a defined term by statute. And by your code, which says operational means offering for sale on an ongoing business to the general public alcoholic liquor and malt beverages is authorized under a license or permit. So the question is when was Candy Mountain operational? And the answer is when they requested that it come off park. At that point, moving forward, during 8 to 5 on Monday through Friday, the facility was open. The dispensing room was open, and in fact, as I indicated before, there were some sales in each of those last two quarters of 2020. The other question, though, that I think potentially comes up under the code is that for purposes of a particular subsection, which again, I think it's important to understand that we're just talking about that subsection, which is the restriction on applicants and licenses, not necessarily a retail license that's not been restricted. It does mention that for purposes of that subsection, which would be and I need to say would be applicable, I believe, to a part circumstance, that for purposes of that subsection remains operational, means operational consecutively in any licensed term year for 12 months or not less than 3 months if determined by the city council to be a seasonal operation. And of specific note in this circumstance, because of the being parked for the first 6 months of its existence, it's impossible for Sunnyside Liquor to have been fully in operation for 12 months. But I do need to tell you, it is the plan and the intention of Candy Mountain LLC to become increasingly more operational. They have learned through this process and discussing with the clerk and also reviewing the code that there's nothing in the municipal code that would prohibit them from being in opening up a delivery type business, and they think that that might be something that would be successful. They are in a position of trying now to become more operational as more and more restrictions are being lifted on being in public spaces and how to operate a business under the restrictions in place by COVID. And so it's their intention to move forward with the new liquor license and become not only operational, which I think they've been for a while, but basically more turnkey business profit centered in seeking to be more operational and serving moving forward for the benefit of the citizens of the city of Rawlins. The other thing that's important also to recognize is for Candy Mountain, it's always been their intention to obtain and ultimately transfer this liquor license. I think many of you might be aware of that, although it hasn't come before you yet. But it is their intention to make this a fully functioning operational business and profit-seeking enterprise for both the benefit of the patrons that would come there from the city of Rawlins, and then the opportunity to be a money-making, community-supporting, tax-paying business enterprise. With that, I know there's a lot of details, and I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that any of you may have regarding this renewal application.
Thank you. This is Mayor Wycombe, and I just have a few questions. So on July 2nd on, you're telling us that business was operational and had sales?
And I'm sorry, the last part you cut out on me.
You stated that business was, open from July 2nd and had sales?
Had sales? The answer is yes. That they the liquor license, as you look in the file, was made effective July 2nd. They were on and Andrea uses the term skeleton, which I will use as well. I mean, it's not a full-fledged business operation, but yes, they were open and there were sales, and those sales have been reported to the State of Wyoming Sales and Use Tax Division.
In our possession, we have an email or a letter stating that on July 2nd, they purchased the liquor, didn't sell it, but they used it for their own use. Can you address that?
I could say this to you, that is the application to the State Liquor Division for the purchase of in excess of $2,000 worth of alcohol. And that was in fact done. The inventory of whether that was actually the liquor that was sold or some of the alcohol that was purchased in the transfer of the original liquor license in the business is what was sold would require an inventory review to determine exactly what was sold. The answer, I guess, to the question is there was alcohol purchased, there was alcohol sold.
Did they sell it to themselves, or did they just drink it?
Well, and I need to say this. There was alcohol purchased, there was alcohol sold. I certainly want you guys to get your legal advice from your legal counsel. I don't know that the licensing body really wants to go into and open up a determination of who the customers are of any particular liquor establishment. And I understand kind of the basis of your question, but within the parameters of the law, the issue is whether or not they were operational, and whether there was alcohol that was purchased from the liquor division, which was, and whether there was alcohol that was sold and the taxes reported, and there was.
The last question I have at the moment is, how many people that have worked for them that sell this alcohol have had the TIPS training, which is mandatory?
And so, which is a good question. The answer is that from the inception, the TIPS training had been completed by Andrea Shepard. Since before the opening in July, Andrea had completed that. And since then, Andrea, Wally, and Devin have all completed that TIPS training. And currently there are no employees working in that dispensing room, just the three owners of Candy Mountain.
Councilman Garner?
Just to go back to the first question you had, it says they stated they used the liquor purchased personally and did not sell it as their liquor license was parked. Were they under the assumption that it was still parked and at the time of buying the liquor on July 2nd? Well,
and so, Councilman, I'm not sure exactly which of the appendices you're looking at. I believe that's one of the recorded recollections of one of the city employees relative to this discussion. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it's important to understand that there was, at the time of this application, some confusion about that, because the city employee indicated to Ms. Shepard that this liquor license was parked, when in fact it really was not. Of course, when that type of circumstance and that type of accusation is made, there's always a concern that, gee, what did we do? Did we do something wrong? And the reality of it is there wasn't anything that was wrong. And so whether that's recorded correctly, whether that was an impression, whether that was a confusion as a result of the misunderstanding relative to the parking, the reality of it is it's just not the facts. And so it's important to understand that what the facts are, and the facts are as I laid them out.
I would remind you that in the liquor laws, it is not the responsibility of the city or any employee of the city to tell a liquor license holder what the law is or isn't or whatever. It is directly the responsibility of that liquor license holder to know the rules. Just so
Certainly,
you know.
Mayor Wycombe, I believe that, and I've had that conversation with my client. They understand that, and it's a little bit difficult, but I'm sure you're comfortable and aware that as the licensing authority, you're the one that's actually dealing with these people, and they trust and encounter you and the staff there. And I'm not being accusatory of anyone there. With what's gone on the past year, there's been enough confusion for everybody to be confused. But when this circumstance comes up where where someone is asserting that it's on park when it's really not, that kind of creates what I'm going to say misinformation, and interjects misinformation into the process. And again, I'm not pointing fingers. It just kind of did. I mean, all of us make mistakes. You know, none of us should be in a position of saying we've never made a mistake. But ultimately, the process is to try to figure out what's fair and whether there's anything in this circumstance that would be a basis for the non-renewal of this license. And I think under the code and under the statute, there's no basis for that, even if what you're saying is true.
Councilman Smith?
Mr. Heiser, I have a couple of questions. Please bear with me. Good to see you. July 1st, 2020, our clerk sent to or notified the state of Wyoming that they wanted to become operational, okay? The state on March 2nd or 10th, I can't remember which date, said they never got the approval card, number one. I'd like you to address that one. And then, when Mrs. Shepherd came in to deal with the city clerk in December for the renewal, there's a note somewhere that she believed that the license had been parked. Could you explain to me, if she was open all those 6 months, was it because it was recorded somewhere that was parked, or I know that, but the state said they never got that approval card as of March, and they would not put it in writing. So that kind of concerns me a little bit. I'd like you to address that. And then, I know she was required to purchase $2,000 worth of inventory, which she did, so I think she met the law on that. Then, when she goes again, it says they became operational again on January 4th. So there's a little ambiguity there that I'd like you to clear up. And then, the state won't put anything in writing, but our motion was to renew the license subject to the state liquor division guidelines. So the only thing that, other than the parking and operational language, operational versus parking, because I know that affects the ability to park that in the future, and that becomes very crucial to Candy Mountain to make sure that was operational, so they have a few more months to park it if they should need to, or lose that license eventually because of that. Then the sales tax form, she went to order more inventory and then found out that there's a hold on the license. And the guidance from the state, and I think it was to you, was to resubmit the form and to pay what was due. So could you address all those issues for me and clear them up?
I will try. I will have to admit that you were faster than I could make notes, so I might have to come back and address those, but thank you so much. Let me start with the last one, and that is the hold. And as I've mentioned before, that has been taken care of. All of those tax returns have been filed with the Department of Revenue. The number has been issued, and my understanding from Kelly Hunt, who's at the division, who I've been trying to call since the snowstorm hit, and I hope he's okay, but haven't been able to speak with him, is that as soon as that issue with the Department of Revenue is resolved, that hold on purchasing alcohol will be lifted. And so I anticipate that will be any day, certainly before the end of the expiration of the license, and would be effective for any renewal. So I know that, does that answer that question for you?
Yes, does she have inventory right now to sell?
Yes, there is inventory right now for sale. And again, we'd have to do a formal bottle by bottle inventory to determine what was the recent purchase and what was part of the alcohol store that she bought when she bought the liquor license. One of the other questions that I think you had was the Department of, or the Liquor Division. You'd ask about the approval card. And my understanding and looking at the file, the approval card, and you have it in your packet as Appendix E, the approval card there indicates that the liquor license was issued and approved on 7/2 of 2020. And that's also then the day that that was emailed to Mr. Hunt, which had allowed him and authorized him to let that purchase of alcohol go through.
So why on May or March 2nd, he says that they don't have that approval card in the file?
I can't really answer to that. That approval card, as you know, comes from the city of Rawlins. And I believe in looking at the various emails, there was in fact, there's a July 2nd email from Sherry Schillinger that is to Mr. Hunt. Says, hello, Mr. Hunt. Please find attached the approval card for Candy Mountain Inc., DBA Sunnyside Liquor, retail license number 99. So that email was obviously sent by the city clerk, or the deputy city clerk, Sherry Schillinger, on that July 2nd date, and it does coincide with the, and that's the second page of Appendix E that you have in front of you. So I have every reason to believe that that was accomplished on that July 2nd. And actually, if you look down at that trail, that there's a previous email to Marla Brown that is at 8:27 that morning, saying we still show the license as approved but not issued. Have you issued the license? And then the next email is the one from Sherry, and then this approval card is attached, I believe, to that email, which is what's showing him that the city has approved that license as of July 2nd, 2020.
The city did, but the state said they didn't receive it, so I don't know if there's an ambiguity there or not, but I'm not gonna get tripped up over it, but I just wanted to ask about that.
Well, and I think that's fair. The only thing I can say with that is that the Liquor Division did approve the sale to Candy Mountain. And you have the invoices for that purchase. So I'm assuming that somehow the Liquor Division did get to the position where they had that information. But again, I'm not trying to point any fingers at anybody. These are things that that transpired and lead us to the position we're in today. And I know there were other questions, Ms. Smith, but you're gonna have to refresh me because I've lost my train.
Well, I probably have to, Mr. Heidiger, but I think I was worried more about the fact that I wanted to have some proof that it was operational. I know that on paper it looked operational, but I could not square in my mind when the renewal time came and the parties to the license felt it was still parked, and I don't know whether they were advised it was parked or whether they felt it was parked, or but I think you're telling me, and I've heard you say, that they were operational skeletonly from 8 to 5 on and off over the period of the last, from July through December 31st. So why on January 4th did they ask to be operational again if they weren't operational?
And I don't think they asked to be operational. I think that was a statement made, if it was made, and I think that's another interesting question, whether that was made that way or whether the manner in which it's being reported is somehow looking at it differently. But certainly they were operational on the 4th of January because they'd started being operational in July. But the important part, I think, for purposes of this, and again, it's not to point fingers at anyone, but when that application was being submitted, Andrea Shepard was informed by the city clerk working there that this license was parked. Now, I think that's clearly something that could happen, because if you look at the original application, it showed that it was parked. And unless you looked at the email from Miss Brown and this approval card, and then the email from Sherry Schillinger, you probably wouldn't have anything in your record to show that it was unparked. But of course, when that comes up and says, whoa, you can't be doing this, you're parked, that obviously creates panic in any person. And so, you know, the circumstance is it was not parked, and we just have some confusion here that hopefully we can resolve and move forward from.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how, you say that it was open and operational on July 2nd. And then it was also stated that they became operational on January 4th. How can they both be true?
Well, and I guess I don't want to quibble with you, Honorable Mayor, but it became operational on July 2nd. When the report that you have from the staff member, it tends to indicate that Ms. Shepard indicated that it was operational on January 4th. The fact of the matter is it still is operational on January 4th, because there was not anything that changed that. And I think, you know, the other thing I would say that's important for, well, I don't think it's important for you to do that, because again, you've got to be looking at only the 5 bases upon which the non-renewal can happen. But in this circumstance, there's a portion of this application that is the sworn portion by the applicant. And what you're talking about is not in that sworn portion by the applicant. Those are in some type of communications between your staff person and Andrea Shepard. And the reality is that was based on some misinformation from the start, when it was indicated that it was parked, and so the hard part is then it goes into a position where there is confusion, maybe even on all sides, and leads to a position where we have questions about who said this and who said that and what does that mean. But what's important, I think, from your standpoint, is to understand the facts. And the facts are it became operational, came off park on July 2nd. And that's where we are.
Councilman Durst?
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. You said a couple of times that Andrea was told that it was on park when it really wasn't. When are the dates of that? I'm a little confused on your timeline.
Well, I don't know exactly when the dates of that would be. It would be when there was the renewal application had been submitted to the clerk. So I'm going to say somewhere toward the end of January of 2020.
But if you own a liquor license and you unpark it and you bought liquor, you know it's unparked.
We knew.
So, right. So to be confused about whether it's parked or not, I don't understand that.
Well, and of course, Honorable Mayor, I understand. And again, I guess I'd point out, this is not a tribunal where we're trying to prove truth or falsity or anything along those lines. In fairness, when someone makes the statement, this is on park, that would have been correct. But if someone else goes along with that because they're not sure actually what happened, that doesn't mean anything's false. It just means that there was maybe a mistake made. And like I say, if you are informed by someone affiliated with the city that the liquor license is still on park, and you're in that meeting, frankly, you get butterflies and your tummy turns over and a whole bunch of other stuff, because you've been operating it under something that you don't know exactly what's been going on. And so I think it's unfair to anybody to say, look, you have to be right 100% of the time, because we all make mistakes. And, the fact was potentially made that somebody said this was on Park when it wasn't. And somebody else went, gee, they might be right. And so I don't know what else to say or what to do. And I think that creates a lot of the ambiguity with what we're fighting over here. And it's really not an issue of who's right or who's wrong. It's really more of an issue of what's the true facts as to what transpired and should this liquor license be renewed.
Well, there's a reason that there's rules and regulations that go along with the sale and distribution of alcohol, because it is a serious thing. And the reason that we're here today is because it doesn't appear that there's been a lot of following of the rules. If it were my liquor license, I would know beyond a question of a doubt. It might take me a day to come to the conclusion, but at the end of one day, I'd know whether it was parked or not. And if it wasn't parked, I'd be open. And if I opened on July 2nd, I wouldn't say I opened on January 4th. I mean, you want to talk about confusion. I'm not trying to give anybody a bad time, but it is our responsibility to treat all liquor sales establishments exactly the same. And I've tried to explain to several patrolmen that I made a mistake, and guess what? I still got the ticket.
Well, in Honorable Mayor, I think that's fair, although I think there's a difference between laws and this application process. And a violation of a law is substantially different than this. And I think it's important to understand that in that meeting, one of the things that Ms. Shepard indicated to the clerk was that, gee, if I'm on Park, how come I was able to buy liquor? And of course, that led to some more confusion. And so the hard part is not whether somebody maybe made a mistake, but whether there's been anything that's been violative of the laws or the regulations. And I'm here to tell you, I don't think that there is anything that supports that, because it was operational on January 4th, but it was also operational on July 2nd. And there was significant confusion over the status of the license at the time of the application. And the face of the application actually indicates on it. If you look at your Exhibit F, it indicates on it that when do you operate? It indicates on there a mark both in full-time and non-operational parked. So there was some confusion somewhere along the way. And the hard part is I'm not saying that anybody's at fault, and I don't think you can say that anybody's at fault. What there was is some confusion at this, and the question becomes is whether there's been any violation of the law. And I don't see any violation of the law stemming from this confusion.
Councilman Smith?
Mr. Heiser, is it fair to say that basically, we passed a motion on February 16th to renew with the guidance of the State Liquor Division? Is it fair to say that their guidance to you when you called them is to submit the forms, pay the bill, and that would take care of it?
That is fair to say to me, although there was some other information that he gave me as well, which is included in this issue of what in this period of COVID has been considered by the division as operational, and what that means, and whether you have to be open certain hours or don't have to be open certain hours, and how hard it is for people to operate in light of the COVID regulations, and basically indicated that the liquor division is not looking at any of that, because during this past year, it's been an incredible time of conflicting regulations and responsibilities as to when you can be open and when you cannot. But specifically, what your question was yes, if we take care of that issue with the sales tax division, which has been remedied, that there's no issue and they will be able to buy under the license and continue to move forward with the renewal.
Thank you.
Councilman Durst?
Just a follow-up on the statement you just said that, they were able to buy alcohol when the license was parked. When was that?
They were not able to buy alcohol between the time it was issued, which I believe initially was, let me go back and find that. I believe the initial issuance was on January 7th of 2020. So they would not have been able to buy alcohol from January 7, 2020 until July 1st or 2nd, when it actually came off park, when that email was sent to the liquor division.
Okay, well, I'm just curious, because you just said that part of what made this confusing was that they were able to buy alcohol while the license was parked.
They were able to, so no, what made it, what concerned Andrea was she knew that she had purchased alcohol after it came off park, which it came off park in January. When she came in to see the clerk in December, she was informed that the alcohol, the license was still on park. And so she wondered how she would have been able to purchase alcohol if it was still on park.
Right, so she wasn't able to purchase alcohol while it was on park.
She didn't try to purchase alcohol while it was on park. She didn't purchase alcohol until July, when it came off park. But when she came in later, a few months ago, she was informed that the liquor license was still on park when it was not still on park.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to figure out, because you've made the comment several times that she was told it was on park when it wasn't, and I'm just trying to figure out when all these things happened, because basically, on July 2nd, we sent an email, pulled it off of park, and she was buying alcohol. I guess I don't understand why there was confusion. Hopefully he's going for something, I think.
Sorry, I got somebody else in my office that's making some noise, and I need to come back. So let me walk through this with you again. Originally, the application for the transfer was made in December of 2019. Okay, the transfer was accomplished in January of 2020. It was initially, when the transfer was made, immediately placed on park. So from that period forward, there was no right to purchase alcohol with the division under that park license. In July of 2020, the request was made.
Sir, can we back up? There was no confusion that that was parked during those 6 months.
Correct.
Okay, so come July, we're already knowing that it's parked because we knew that it was parked for those 6 months.
In July, it was taken off park at the request of Ms. Shepherd and at the request of the clerk. I'm sorry, you cut out there.
She knew that it was on park in July. There was no confusion to that.
It came off park in July. There was no confusion that it came off park in July at her request, at least in her understanding. It came off park in July.
Okay, I apologize. I'm not being very clear. Was there any confusion that the license was on park between January and July? We all knew it was on park at that time.
So between January of 2020 and July of 2020, there was no confusion.
It was on park.
It was on park.
So July 1, there's no reason to think that it wasn't still on park.
Yes, there is, because that's when the email was sent and the request was made to the division and the approval card was provided to the division and it was taken off park.
Okay, so I guess, okay.
And so the time when the other confusion comes up is in December of 2020, nearly a year after the original transfer application was made. And at that point, 6 months after it had come off park, the clerk indicated that it was still on park.
So during that time, they thought it was on Park.
No, they didn't think it was on Park.
Okay. Councilman Garner,
So that's what I was gonna address, what you're asking.
talk a little louder.
Annette Waller mentions, she wrote a letter, at the end of December, I met with Andrea Shepherd regarding the renewal application for Candy Mountain LLC, Sunnyside Liquor. Andrea called her son, and I called the Wyoming Liquor Division. During that time, she was in the office. There was confusion as to if she wanted to park their license, their liquor license for the renewal year. She was told that if they parked it again, they would never again have the opportunity to park it. She said, she asked her son what their plan was, and she told me that it would be at least a year or more before they would be ready to move to a new location. They decided to not request, another year to park their liquor license. I explained they would be required to be open every week of the year, and put the hours they would be open for business to sell alcohol on her application. Reading this is, she was asking her if she wanted to park. Is that where the confusion is coming in?
Well, so that would be, and it's hard for me to tell where the confusion may come in, but that is to whether or not it would be parked commencing with this the renewal.
Right.
And so there was the determination was made not to request that the renewal be parked again.
Right, and that's how I read it, is they're saying, no, we don't wanna park it,
Correct.
meaning they know it's unparked at this time, which is December of this year, or 2020.
Anybody else? Art?
I'd like to speak,
Come up here with you, Art.
Yep. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members, for letting me speak. I've owned 3 liquor licenses, or I've been responsible for the 3 liquor licenses. I've owned 2 of them. One of them I had on Park. And when I had it on Park, I went to the city so I could put it in the industrial area. And at that time, I had to get a hold of, in 300 feet of everybody before I could put it there to park it. And when I got ready to move it, I had to go do the same thing to be able to move the license. So my question I'm gonna ask you guys, or the city, is, so when this license went from park to retail, was it approved by the city to go to retail? Because I think the city has an ordinance to that, and here's why I say that. Because I had 2 years on that license to have it parked, and I was running out of time, because my 2 years was about up. If I didn't do it in 2 years, I had to turn the license back to the city. So I went to a couple places to see about doing it. I went to the city council, and they said, no, you can't do it there because you don't have enough parking to do a retail liquor license there, which parking is an issue everywhere. But here or there, I guess I'm asking the city, did you guys okay it to be turned into a retail liquor establishment?
I wasn't here, so I can't answer that.
My recollection that we did.
Amy, can you help answer that?
I would defer to Danielle regarding zoning, what's the zoning in that area?
I don't even know if that's what you were talking about. Oh, the one at the corner of Daly and Parchment?
I think he's asking if the city actually okayed that liquor license to go from being parked to
Yeah,
an actual
did
retail
the city
license.
approve it, or did the state ask you if it was okay if they bought liquor?
Okay, Art,
That's my question.
2017 or after 2017?
It was,
No, when I did mine, it'd
Prior
been
2017?
2011 is when I had
Okay,
my
that-
liquor license that I had the issue with, okay?
Just to say, the state liquor, division, the state legislature changed all the statutes and made, the city be the local licensing agent And therefore, if it happened before 2017, it probably was handled administratively through the city and then went to the state for approval. That would be what I thought would happen from my prior experiences with Houston.
Okay. Well, at the time I had all this, I called the state because I felt it was necessary for me to call the state and find out the rules. Because I have a big family. We have a party in Guernsey every 4th of July, huge. So we buy lots of liquor. Well, I had a liquor license. I called the state, they said, no, you can't buy that liquor because, and now we're talking about the difference between the law now and the law then, okay?
Right.
Which might change. I don't know what the rules are. But at that time, they told me that it was my responsibility to not buy liquor unless I had had approval from the city to make that a retail business, okay? So, or a retail liquor license. And at that point, I had to have the liquor license posted on the wall, and I had to have the sales tax posted on the wall, or otherwise I wasn't doing business. So that's a question I'm gonna ask you guys. Did anybody see if there was a retail tax license there? Was there also a retail liquor license posted? And if it wasn't, then they legally couldn't have been selling alcohol there, retail. Okay? So, am I gonna throw out a bunch of questions at you? Yeah, I am, and I think it's something that needs to be researched a little bit, because if you go to that business right now, it should have a retail sales tax license on the wall for that liquor company, and it should have the liquor license on the wall for that company. That is the state law. Okay?
Still is.
So, anyway, at that time, I couldn't move the liquor license until I got with the city to get a retail, because I tried to go to different places and I couldn't do it because there was issues because of the retail factor. And so, I'm gonna ask, when they opened that license up to sell retail liquor there, was the neighborhood 300 feet notified of it being a retail liquor license?
Wasn't there, I don't know.
Okay, well, I think before you decide either way here, I think that's something you all need to decide, or need to find out.
So I guess I'll ask Mr. Heiser if those two things are on the wall.
And the answer is, I mentioned earlier, the liquor license is on the wall. I believe the sales tax license is also on the wall. I cannot say that for sure, because it was just recently approved or reissued, but I believe that, in fact, I'll just say this. The answer is yes, the sales tax license is also on the wall.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
But you couldn't have bought retail liquor to sell until you had the sales tax license. And I think maybe that's still the law. So if that wasn't done, then something else needs to be taken care of. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thanks, Art. Councilman Weissenberg?
So I have a question for their attorney also. It says right now, you stated sales on third and fourth quarter of, 2020, the year 2020, correct?
Yes.
So when was their sales tax license for, Sunnyside Liquors approved, or when was that gained? When did they gain that? Do you
When
have a
was
date?
And I'm sorry, you cut out. When was the license approved?
The sales tax.
When did they receive a sales tax license for, Sunnyside Liquors?
And I'm hearing you here. I am looking at the license here, and I'm going to try something. Don't know if I can do this. I think I can, but I think there's a way for me to share my screen with you. Uh-oh, host disabled participant screen sharing. I may not be able to share that with you.
I'll work on that.
if it's possible, I could share that with you. I am looking at it right here. It says sales and use tax license 06003620, business start date 7/1/2020.
All right.
Your filing frequency is quarterly beginning 7/1/2020.
Mr. Heiser, you can try to share your screen again, sir.
Let me try. Okay. I'm technologically disadvantaged, but let me try this. Does that help? Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at the top, that's the part that I was just leading, where I've got my cursor is the business start date 7/1/2020. And then down here is your frequency is quarterly beginning that date.
Bill, if you could speak to when that was issued, I think that's the question. When we received the sales tax hold, they indicated they did not have an application on file.
Well, and what I've got here, this is a certificate print date, which is actually today's date when I requested it. So I don't know when, that's this one. I can tell you it's effective 7/1/2020.
Can you advise when the check was paid for that sales tax license?
I can advise that initially that was sent sometime, sometime earlier in the summer, but somehow that was initially not received, but it has subsequently been taken back up with them, and all has been paid and made current. So I'm going to say within the last month, that has all been taken care of and made current.
Well, they placed the hold on that tax license on March 4th.
Right.
So.
And so it's fair to say that it probably was after that March 4th date as well. I'm going to say maybe in the last few days, but I wasn't involved in sending that check. I have, let me see if I can do this. I am looking at the return that was provided to the sales and use tax department. The updated one, because the prior one had been somehow misplaced. That return was dated and provided them on the 9th of March.
And you said that they were originally set up as quarterly filing, correct?
For their sales and use tax payments, that's correct.
So they would have been issued for both quarters, they would have been issued that letter from the state of Wyoming each quarter to turn in those sales, correct? That form that you just showed us, they would have issued one in the third quarter and one in the fourth quarter.
The form that I just showed you, you may have had that return that I had up on my screen. Well, the answer is that form would come out. I guess I want to make sure that one thing I say here is I want to caution the council concerning what role you are undertaking in this. The sales and use tax is a division is the priority of the Department of Revenue. And that's not a basis upon which you can approve or deny the renewal of a liquor license. What I can tell you is that the issues with the Department of Revenue have been resolved, and that there is no current issue with them. And my understanding is that the hold will be immediately released.
I just wanna make one thing clear, the fact that if they did or did not pay their sales tax has everything to do with what we're doing here, because that is one of the, requirements to have a liquor license. So to infer that that's none of our business, I disagree, Mr. Heiser.
Well, and I don't want to say it that way. I guess the question is the issue is, it has been paid, and I would agree with you if it had not been paid, that might be an issue. But because it has been paid, I don't know that we want to get into when it was submitted and what may have happened and why it may have gone a little bit sideways. Or you're going to have to do that with every single liquor license applicant that you have.
We intend to. The fact of the matter is, you've told us it's been paid, but one of the reasons you're being asked about it more than once is you haven't really been able to prove to us that it's been paid. And I'm not saying that it hasn't. I'm just saying that that is probably why you're getting the extra questions.
And that's fair enough. And all I can tell you is that those are the answers, that it has been taken care of.
All right, is there anybody else? Art?
So if I was selling liquor on July the 1st, and I didn't have a sales tax license, that means I wasn't legal to sell liquor on July the 1st. Because the law says I have to have a sales tax license before I can sell liquor. So if we didn't get a sales tax license until 3 months or 4 months later, we were breaking the law the whole time.
Yeah.
Mayor, could I,
Yes, Councilman Smith.
would you go back to the certificate that you showed us, Mr. Heiser? I think it was issued on July 2nd, was it not? And you just got a copy of it on the 16th of March. But you just showed us that that was issued by the division on January.
It is effective that date, and give me just a second and I will pull that up. If I, again,
She would not have been able to order $2,000 worth of inventory if she did not have that in place.
I don't know, is that true? Because I could order product without having a sales tax.
It would have been on hold. It would have been on hold.
Actually,
Am I
I
wrong?
don't think that,
the key is whether or not she had a valid liquor license that was operational and issued.
And that was sent in on July 2nd by Mrs. Brown.
Yes, but it's not key to the sales tax.
Okay, thank you. But that means there are some questions about it.
I believe I pulled that up, and again, it's the business start date is 7/1/2020.
Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else who wants to say anything before we close this public hearing? Mr. Heiser, do you have any parting thoughts?
Other than, members of the council, certainly the issues relative to renewal of a liquor license are important. They are important both to the community, but they're also important to the holder of that liquor license. And as the courts have pointed out, that it is a personal privilege, and to have the right to renew it is something that shouldn't be taken lightly or taken from them without due process. But in this respect, I think the important part is in order to not renew the license, it has to fall under one of those 5 categories in the ordinance. And none of those are what are before you or what the concerns are. I think if you are fair about this process to everyone, None of us have gone through life without making a mistake, regardless of what our employment is. The real question is when you learn of that mistake, do you go back and fix it? Do you do everything in your power to do the right thing? And do you do everything in your power to be a positive and productive member of the community in which you live in? And the Shepherds are doing that. There's no question that anybody who tried to start a business in the what I'm going to say a service business that involves meeting with the public in the throes of COVID was met with a number of huge obstacles. And certainly the government recognized that with the various PPP loans and the other programs. And so in hunkering down and not going forward full steam with this operation, it's not something that ought to be looked at and they're punished for. The reality of it is they'd like to move forward. They're in a position now where they can. It was taken off park in July. The taxes have all been paid. The liquor that was purchased is available for sale. Is it not it's not the most advertised business, and it's not one that's currently thriving, but that's only because it's in the startup stage, and they would like to move forward with that. They would like to move forward with their plans for the future with it as well. And that's one of the reasons that came up that I want to make sure I address. One of the reasons to have the ability to potentially put it on park again would be to do a transition to a new location. And so if you couldn't do that, it'd be really hard to make an orderly transition from this dispensing room to a new dispensing room. And so that's one of the reasons they'd like to preserve that. Although, again, that park would probably be for a short period of time, again, less than a year, but they needed to have the possibility of being able to do that. And so that's why this question about reparking it was decided not to be followed through with, and they will continue to be operational. Are there any other questions that any of you may have?
Not at the moment.
Again, thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate you having the hearing, and trust that you'll follow the ordinance.
Excuse me, there's one more question from
Oh.
one of the.
Okay.
Mr. Kennedy.
So my question is in July the 1st, because they didn't have the liquor license or they didn't have the sales tax license in hand, were they selling liquor illegal?
Well, they did have it on July 1st.
No, that's when they didn't issue it on July 1st. That's when they started it. The state
Well,
license.
that's when the business started.
Yeah, but the sales tax license was not issued on that date. He just said that a few minutes ago, that it was not issued on that date.
Okay. Mr. Heiser, will you address that?
The answer is, I guess I would have to, in all due respect, say that that's not the nature of the law. And I will leave the enforcement of the sales tax and the purchasing of liquor from the liquor division to those two departments. And I don't want to get in an argument with a member of the public.
Okay. My question is when we were selling liquor on July the 1st, when we bought it, or 2nd, did we have the sales tax in our hands on the wall? If we didn't, we were illegal.
Yeah, I wish we would have checked. No one checked. Did anybody go in there and check?
No.
All you have to do is ask the state when they issued it.
Well, they issued it on July 1st, Art.
Okay.
All right, anybody else? Hearing nothing, I will close the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Heiser.
Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next thing on our agenda is, I closed the public hearing for that. We'll open another public hearing. It's, for the resolution amending fees for electronic waste. Oh no, where'd my mouse go? There we go. Boy, this thing's, here we go. Okay, so the presenter will be Danielle Gross, and I'll turn the floor over to you, Danielle. This is about the public hearing, public hearing action about the, let's see, approve the resolution amending the City of Rollins fee schedule as presented. So during this, do we need a motion to open
This is the public
discussion?
hearing, do you want me to talk about it under the new business?
Under public hearing, I think you should talk about it now. This
Now?
is when we
Okay.
put the information out.
Yeah.
And then
let's do
people
that.
have a chance to, excuse me for being a little confused, but
No, great.
it's been a great day.
So Honorable Mayor and City Council, recently we held a, work session talking about landfill items. And during that time, we have some follow-up things to look into and come back to you guys. I still do want to do a work session coming back to you, but as we talked about earlier, we have a lot on our plate. So I wanted to get this in front of you guys, sooner rather than later. We did talk to the City of Casper and, found out a couple things. We were able to get our, tipping fee at the City of Casper reduced from $53 per ton to $48 per ton, because we do not accept hazardous waste. They actually backdated that to July 1st of 2020. Which was pretty cool. We have the ability to, reduce it by an additional $5, which would drop it to the $43 per ton, through our electronic waste. So currently, we take electronic waste and we put it in bins and then we recycle it. It's part of our City of Casper agreement. They have a company that comes down, picks it up, and then they take it off and take care of it and just recycle wherever they go. We're paying about $18,000 for them to pick it up about twice a year. So we would automatically save that, and then, like I said, the $5 per ton. We would still accept this waste. What I'm proposing to you guys tonight is that because we aren't recycling it, we would just put it in the MSW building, and then we transport to Casper, and it would go in their line pit, that we change the fee from no charge to just go in with the MSW charge. I will put it out there that I think this is completely up to you guys. We also, kind of the alternative to this is that we could stop accepting it to recycle, but keep it at the $0 charge for citizens and continue to kind of move forward with hauling it to Casper if you guys feel like you don't want to charge for it. It is fairly minimal. I don't know the exact tons that we bring in per year, but I know probably the most common things are things like vacuums, lamps, computer screens. That's a big chunk of it. Over the last several years, they've really reduced what we can take for electronic recycling. But if you guys have questions, I will try to answer them.
That's very straightforward. And I appreciate the hard work getting these numbers done. It's gonna make a huge difference.
Yeah, it will. So I can tell you with the $5 credit that we were able to get for the hazardous waste, it was a just over $19,000 credit. So this additional $5 would drop it even more than that. There would be a minuscule increase, I guess, in hauling and the gate fee, but again, it's such a minor amount of waste that I don't think you're even gonna see it.
I personally think we ought to charge just like MSW, but that's just me thinking. Everybody has to pay, if we all pay for our own trash, we aren't having to start doing all the funny stuff. It's just straightforward. You take trash, you pay for it.
What was the dates again that, we were credited that 19,000 for?
We went back to July 1st of 2020, so it went back to the beginning of their, budget year, which aligns with ours too.
So we would save on average, $19,000 that annual year plus.
It actually would be, cause that was from July to a week, 2 weeks, I don't even remember, my days are merging. It'll be a little higher because we go calendar year, so now, instead of the credit, it's just $5 less moving forward. So I figured out based off of what we've taken, just the $5 savings, I think is gonna be about $22,500. And then if we eliminate electronic waste, that's another, just double that number would be our savings. On top of saving the $18,000 it costs us right now to ship that electronic waste, because that company comes, picks it up and then hauls it out.
So total of $40,500 possibly.
Yeah, about 45. Yeah, it just seems, that's why I wanted to get this to you guys right away.
Is that the tipping fee at Casper, or does that include the haul as well?
The
The 48 per ton?
The 48 is what we're paying right now. If we eliminate the electronic waste, it'll go down to $43, and that's just the tipping fee to Casper. That's not, that doesn't include our contract with Precision Demolition to haul. That's 32 per ton.
That's not the transportation. That's strictly.
That's just Casper's tipping fee, yeah. And again, I'm planning on another work session with some additional information, but like I said, I didn't wanna postpone this conversation because we can see that savings faster.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference. It's, I mean, $40,000 worth of, equipment in one of our parks would make us a brand new car every year.
It's huge, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I can say I was happy with the information that you gave me, in the call that I made. My concern was, were we taking this, electronic stuff and having to handle it over here, and then taking it over here and handling it again, and it wasn't that way. And I was happy the way you explained it, and I think it's a good deal. And I appreciate the information.
Yeah, of course. If you guys have other questions, just holler.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anybody that would like to say something regarding this, resolution? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing. I will open a public hearing for the resolution, ratifying submission of an enlargement of water rights. And, from that, I would like to hear from Carl Smith, our city engineer. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. With your permission, can I combine the resolution and the intergovernmental agreement? They're
Well, there's
the same discussion, but
well,
that would be up to you.
I guess you could, but there is two different public hearings, so
Okay.
we will conclude this one and I'll open the next one, which is the intergovernmental agreement. If you could kind of, I realize they're totally related, but if you could separate them a hair, then it would be better.
Perfect. I'll create a breaking point between the two, and then I'll just open up by starting with, the resolution approving the enlargement. WYDOT has historically purchased water through what's called a temporary water use agreement, and the state engineer's office no longer wants to manage about 250 to 300 temporary water use agreements. So what they did is they kind of threw it back on us to create what's called an enlargement. And an enlargement is kind of a catch-all word for a bunch of different things over the years. And there's been, I flipped through our water rights records, and, just in the modern era, there's been probably 60 different enlargements involving everything from changing a point of diversion for the springs up in the Sage Creek Basin to when we built the peaking reservoir and changing a point of diversion for the pipelines and stuff like that. So, if there's any questions about enlargements, it's just kind of a catch-all term that goes back to the old days when we used to put water on fields for hay and stuff. And when we changed that, we would enlarge the area of where it would go. So this particular enlargement, I applied to the state engineer's office in October of last year because WYDOT informed me that they weren't going to renew the temporary water use agreements. So I've already applied for and received the enlargement. During ongoing discussions, the city attorney's office decided that we probably should do a resolution. There has been no resolution for any other enlargement, in the city's history. The city clerk Lynn, she did some research for us the other day, and there were no resolutions found, even though there's been a whole bunch of enlargements. So, the enlargement that I applied for and received was, we asked for, 10 million gallons to be used in a different, other than a municipal use. The enlargement involved changing the use from municipal to construction, so YDOT could use this water to build their roads. The other part of this enlargement was we have what's called a service area, kind of where our pipes go to. We have a couple sections called out. So because YDOT was gonna be kind of stretched out of our typical service area, the other part of the enlargement was that they could, I just blanket asked to use the water anywhere in Carbon County. I just kept it simple. So we received that enlargement, and, there were some questions raised about how this impacted sort of our water rights. Well, I just wanna throw out, when you go to the state and ask for an enlargement, they manage the water, but it's still our water, so it's like, I didn't really change sort of our water right, the data priority or anything like that, so. Anyway, we got the enlargement approved, and you have this resolution in front of you, and I don't know if you guys have had a chance to review it. And, this is kind of the council's choice. If you do nothing, the enlargement is there. The city is not obligated to do anything. What the enlargement did was it obligated the state to allow us to use this water outside our service area, typical service area, for other uses besides municipal use. Any questions about, so I guess what I'm saying is you guys could approve the resolution or not approve the resolution. Either way, the enlargement has already been done. That's kind of the breaking point for the resolution. Do you have any questions about the resolution?
Do it or do it.
Yeah, I feel like this is more like a statement of
Put it on
what's
the
happened
record.
more than.
Statement of support or whatever,
Put it on record.
Okay.
So,
Well,
I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
it's a done deal then, they've already approved?
Yeah,
And there was
applied for it
nothing,
in October.
there was nothing brought forth to the council to ask if, to approve a larger,
Well, I've done, in my prior, you're new at
Weissenberg.
Councilman Weisberg, I've probably been involved in 50 or 60 enlargements. It doesn't really ever come up to go before a council. This is the first time. Because it doesn't really obligate the city to anything, but I obligated the state to allow the city to use water and some of the roads or a change in use or something like that. It's, so it didn't occur to me to even ask.
I guess, my thing is water rights a property owned?
Chris, I will tell you that we did have a misstep in this, and that we did not bring it to council. Lesson learned, moving forward, we did go for it. We were under the impression, staff, that it was like a temporary water user agreement. It wasn't, we didn't really think it was a water right thing. It was later identified it was, and that's why the resolution ratifying this is coming before you. So that was a misunderstanding on our part, because like Carl mentioned, our thought is this doesn't tie us to anything, like because we have it, we could just let it sit there, we don't ever have to use that water, we don't have to do anything with it. So that's where there was some confusion on our side that it's not exactly a water right.
So,
It's a,
but a water right is property owned by the city, also, correct? Is that?
That's correct.
But this doesn't affect that, Chris. This just
it,
allows more latitude for use of that water rather than run it through our system or whatever. We can use it for, like the YDOT or whatever, other uses.
There's a certain provision in there that allows it to be, like, certain amount be sold to YDOT, correct?
it doesn't actually, in that portion of it, identify any part going to YDOT. In the second part that's very directly related to this, in the YDOT agreement, it talks about selling to them for construction projects at which rate and things like that. But that's into kind of the joint, they're very intermingled pieces.
I would say to this council that anytime you have and can get your hands on water rights or the potential to use water, you do it, and then put it over so you know you got it, and I think it was a good move.
Well, and it's a use it or lose it kind of thing too. I mean, if we're showing that we're proactive in doing with what our water we need to do, I have no heartburn over this whatsoever.
Yeah, and it definitely was not any staff member's intent to not follow the rules. We just simply were not on the same page in our understanding of what this was. And again, that's why we're bringing this resolution forth now, because we're human and we'll own it and we'll move forward from here. But this is a good thing for the city.
I think it's a bit of engineer's arrogance on my part as well. In the state of Colorado, the Constitution distinctly gives the management of the water to engineers. So it's always been, whenever water comes up, it's always been an engineer's discussion. In Colorado, on the other hand, they set up a water court, and everything goes to the water court. We have a much better system, by the way. So it never even occurred to me that you guys would want to know that I was asking the state to use more of our water somewhere else. Like I say, I didn't obligate the city to anything. I obligated the state. So it's like getting free fries with your Happy Meal. Eat them or not eat them. I mean,
No harm, no foul.
Yeah, I understand and I appreciate the effort and the work, I didn't wanna, we have, great water rights now and I just don't wanna, you know.
And this in no way would negatively affect any water rights. It's not tied to those same water rights. So we're in really good position. And again, the benefit to this increases that, and we can now work with, WIDOT and do an intergovernmental agreement to say, here's some water for construction. There's no city infrastructure required. It's raw water, it's untreated, and it's just kind of one of those win-win deals for us and for the state.
yeah, I should have mentioned that the water is being pulled right out of the river over at Fort Steele. And I guess that's kind of my problem with the resolution too, is that the resolution kind of ties your hands. Like, you know, I got us 10 million gallons, not the 15, that was a typo on my part. And WIDOT only requested 5 million, so if maybe the county or someone else wanted to buy the other 5 million, I mean, it's already set up with the state. And when I did the enlargement, I asked for, everything, just 'cause, you know, I just always have, you know, oil and gas. We can't use it on agricultural grounds, we can't water grass with it. But except for that, we can use it for construction, industrial, oil and gas. I think I had a couple other uses in that enlargement fund. I got it right here, I can tell you if you're interested, but so that's kind of my problem with the resolution. If you guys approve the resolution, it ties your hands to just selling it to WIDOT. If you don't approve the resolution, you can sell it to anyone you want, the other 5 million gallons. And it's also not a lot of money, guys. When the original, temporary water use agreement, I reviewed, I think at least 6 or 7 years ago when it came up, the original price was only $1 per thousand. And I was working for EA at the time, and just for me to review the agreement was gonna cost you guys a couple $grand. So I raised the price to $3 a thousand, and it's been there ever since. So the whole 10 million gallons is only, I think, $30,000. WIDOT typically pays us between $7,000 and $15,000 previously for the temporary water use agreement. So if they took the whole, 5 million gallons, that's only $15,000. So you're not talking millions of dollars, sorry, guys.
Okay, does the resolution tie our hands to WIDOT on this?
Yeah, that was gonna be my question, is why do you think it ties our hands to WIDOT? The only thing I can see in here specifically, hold on, I don't.
It says, whereas the Wyoming Department of Transportation has requested municipal water for their highway construction and maintenance for the upcoming season.
And I actually read that I think it's referencing and tying it to the next agenda item, which is that WIDOT water agreement, so that you kind of know that they're hand in hand.
Yeah, except for that part, I mean, like, maybe you could make a motion and strike that out. And it's up to you guys,
But
okay? I'm not forcing you to sell that
But
extra.
it says that it
5 million.
expands uses to include industrial and construction by users such as WIDOT.
Correct.
I was gonna say, I would ask legal if this really
And
ties
then,
our hands.
and then it goes on to say, you know, the white office, whatever, but I don't think it does tie our hands really, does it, Amy?
No, it does not.
I mean, would we be a step ahead to remove the specific language about YDOT, and just say, whereas it would be beneficial to use water resources in other necessary regard?
So essentially, the city council under extraterritorial moratorium on water sales outside the city limits. This falls under that moratorium. However, in the spirit of government cooperation, you're permitted to enter into these agreements with YDOT, with Carbon County, with other government entities. So without that key component, you'd be violating your own moratorium that's in place.
Well, I guess I'm gonna jump in here too. I have a copy of the moratorium. And the moratorium, it doesn't say anything about selling water. It only says we can't expand city infrastructure. So that's and that's a different discussion, but I just thought I'd throw that out there. So selling the water from the enlargement doesn't violate the moratorium in any way because it doesn't require any expansion of city infrastructure.
I think we're getting in the weeds a little bit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think we're getting off subject, so I see what Carl's reading, but that's how I took it too, and I would I think that it's just referencing that agreement, so.
Okay.
Again, at this point, I think we're saying, we did this, moving forward, we won't, it's a good thing, and we would like to correct it and then move forward, so.
Councilman Smith?
I would ask legal counsel, if we pass this tonight, do we have the ability to do a new resolution in the future to straighten it out if we had to do something incorrect?
Absolutely, you could, do that at any time. We would have to have the coordination, with the state engineer's office, because as they stated, it was issued in December, and we have that timeline on your permit.
Okay, so to unconfuse me, so it does not tie our hands at this time, and we can sell the YDOT or anybody else we want to?
No, if you look at the permit application that they submitted, it does not tie your hands to specifically only selling YDOT. It identifies a greater service area, and it provides you with more ability or more water, the 10,000, or 10 million, but it does not tie your hands to specifically only sell the YDOT. And then we can have another discussion regarding.
Councilman Durst?
So on page 3 of the second attachment, just a few down here, this is from the filing certificate. This permit will be automatically canceled on October 1, 2022.
Yeah,
So do I read that this will end on October 21, 2022 anyway, and would have to be up for we would have to do this again at that moment anyway, is that?
Yes, and, this temporary agreement, and then because it's for YDOT, there's two kinds of enlargements too. There's permanent enlargements, like when we change a point of diversion or something like that, and we wanna make it permanent. And if you were to do, like, if you were to expand your service area and change of use, and you wanted to make it permanent, you would have to designate a specific use and new, like, point of delivery. Does that make sense? Like YDOT's kind of transitory. They're using their water here, they're using it there, they're fixing that stretch of highway. And that's why they want it temporary, because they don't know where's that water gonna go. That's what the state wants to know at the end of the day, and that's why we do that temporary enlargement.
So that was my question. The enlargement, this whole enlargement thing is gonna expire on this date, or
Yes.
just the agreement with YDOT?
No,
No,
The whole thing?
The whole, everything.
So then on October 1, 2022, if we wanted to continue this program with YDOT or whatever, we would do this, we would just do this again.
And that's why I say the resolution is kind of every 2 years you'll be doing new resolutions every 2 years. And, I don't know if you guys need to, especially for like,
I would say the
small
council
amount
needs
of
to know
water.
what's going on.
That's all I'm saying. We're talking 10 million gallons.
Councilman Weisenberg?
I guess the way I read this also is YDOT's requested 5 million gallons of the 10 million, so we're obligated right away to supply them with 5 million gallons, so we only have the excess of 5 million gallons left to sell to others.
Correct.
per year.
Okay.
And we're not obligated until we enter into the sales agreement with YDOT. Like, if you wanna not sell YDOT 5 million, you can say, and and like I said, historically, they've only used 2-3 million. But I always set up the temporary water use agreement for more than they think they're gonna need. And then I got the enlargement for even more. And the only reason I got the larger enlargement was because I heard, the county, they were desperate for water to do some mag chloride work when the power line was going on south of town. So I thought I'll get extra water, maybe sell it to the county too, and help them out.
Perfect. Anything else? Alrighty, I will close this public hearing. And the next thing is another public hearing. I will open, for the intergovernmental cooperative agreement for raw water sale. And I'll turn the floor over to you guys again, Carl.
Okay. Do I have to introduce myself each time?
No, we know.
Okay.
I would've made him do it.
Yeah, it's fun.
And so, once again, this is actually, when I originally prepared this, I just did a simple sales agreement. And you guys, you have, several thousand simple sales agreements out there. Every time someone comes in for a water tap, they actually initiate a sales agreement with the city. And once again, like, our engineers, Ubers, I just thought it was just another sales agreement. And then, the legal department prepared this intergovernmental cooperative raw water sales agreement. And this is essentially a sales agreement. This just says we'll provide the 5 million gallons, they gotta go get it themselves. We don't guarantee the water quality or quantity at any point during the agreement. They're limited out when they pull the 5 million gallons, they're done. They have to report to us monthly because we have to report to the state on a monthly basis as well. They gotta pay us more regular. That was my problem with the temporary water use agreements. It was based on an M52 royalties agreement with YDOT, and the check would only show up once a year. And, Bev, at the finance office, I think she spent quite a while digging through the records to see if we've been getting those checks, and we have. YDOT's pretty solid for it, they're not out to screw us. But just the way their program is set up, we only got the one check a year. But now we're gonna start getting, I hope, monthly checks during the construction season, so. And I think here's where I wanna throw in the discussion on the water availability in terms of quality or quantity. You guys have a uniquely positioned water right in that what's called, you're above Pathfinder. Pathfinder is our big reservoir. Pathfinder was expanded to protect territorial rights as well as more recent consumer water rights. And because you guys are above Pathfinder, if there's never any wet water out there in the river, there's a much bigger problem going on in delivering water to Whiteout, trust me on that, okay? So, one, you have the water rights, you have the 2.1 cubic feet per second, or 2 million gallons per day from the purchased railroad right. I think it was a gifted railroad right. And so that takes care of the legality under what's called an adjudicated water right. We are subject to one other interstate agreement, and that would be the Platte River Improvement, the PRIPP, Platte River Improvement Project. And that put caps on us, all right, and the caps date back to the 90s. And it talks about depletions during the irrigation season and depletions during the non-irrigation season. So, for whatever reason, you guys are really well positioned in terms of depletions as well. So you guys have, just find my little cheat sheet here. Yeah, so under the Platte River, improvement plan, you guys have 436 million gallons to withdraw during the May through September irrigation season, and 150 million gallons during the non-irrigation season. You could argue that all of this water would come out during the irrigation season, or all of it would come out during the non-irrigation season. It's either or, it's a non-issue, because during last year, according to the reporting, you guys only took out 348 million gallons. So that leaves 141 million gallons in excess, and they're only asking for 5 million gallons. So during the irrigation season, you got tons of water under the PRIP. And then in the non-irrigation season, which is weird because it's a low demand season anyway, and they've got to preserve flows to the, where the Platte leads into Nebraska for, preservation of habitat. You only have 9 million gallons in excess, so that would cover the 5 million gallons for YDOT. But if someone were to go grab that whole 10 million in the non-irrigation season in the winter, there would be some limitations there. So if we do sell water to someone else, we'll probably have to reference that in that water sales agreement, not this one, okay, because you have more than enough water there. So in essence, you guys, you have the paper water, you have the water right, you have the wet water, will always be there in the river, and you have the water under the interstate, compact.
Councilman Smith?
Carl, if there's a call on the river because of downstream lines in Nebraska, are we first or are we second on the call? Do we have to give up our water?
No, your water won't be going to regulation.
Okay. So if
There's
there's
nobody
drought
with-
season and
There's
they have a
nobody
call.
with a senior call right there on that river, to
Okay,
you guys.
thank you.
And the neat thing is, once again, I can't stress this enough, you're above Pathfinder. You're not looking for water at the end of the ditch before it disappears into Nebraska. You guys are, you're at the top of the food chain. It's awesome.
Room to grow.
You do. And I'd like to see you guys use more of your water. Growing, I'm just gonna throw this out, this has nothing to do with either one, you know, but, water's gonna become more and more important through the years. And a history of using your water is gonna really pay off in the long run. The TRIP is gonna come up for review. We have tons of water in the agricultural account, but what's gonna happen is your agricultural interests are gonna really fight hard to hold on to it. So if we can show a use of that water, then there's a less chance of that staying in the agricultural account. If we can move it to the municipal account, I would be all for that. And that comes from discussions, once again, that we as engineers talk about this stuff all the time. And, you know, one of the things Harriet Hageman did when she fought at the Supreme Court was that she got this huge agricultural account. It just, we never even touch it every year, you know, so.
Is this water you're talking about, does that include the water rights that St. Clair gave us? They gave us one water right, and then this one.
That's a different right, Jabari.
It is.
We got one CFS, it's ours under agreement right now, it becomes ours permanently in, 2034, which would be the end of the 40-year period when we put Sinclair on the system. No, there's 34 years left, so I'm sorry, so what is that? I think 2054. So right now, it's yours and yours to use, but it becomes it goes into your name, you know, 2054. I think all total, you guys got about 13 CFS. So are there any questions about the, you know, this, I keep wanting to say sales agreement, but it's an intergovernmental agreement. And once again, you guys, you could just say, hey, prepare a simple agreement like you normally do, or you can make this a resolution.
I have a question, for the 15,000 or the 5,000 or any of it sold. Where's that metered? How is it metered?
That's, it's done by truck count, all right? And over the years, I've actually gone and parked there and done truck counts. And I think they're suspect, okay? You can even put that on the record, and that's why I've always pushed for more and more regular kind of reporting on the truck counts. Part of the problem is that you have YDOT, who means well, and they're a great entity and fantastic to work with. And then you got a lot of contractors that, you know, they're out there trying to make a buck. And, you know, it's only like $20 a truckload. I mean, it's not a huge amount of money, you know, but they don't, and I don't think it's intentional. It's just a record-keeping thing, you know. The guys are running trucks, and then a couple of weeks go by, and then a whiteout engineer shows up and says, well, how many trucks of water did you haul out? And the contractor's like, well, we've been doing 5 a day for 20 days, you know. And I'd like to see more careful recording done on that, this done by truck count. That's a good point. And, you know, I plan to pay more attention to that. You can't meter it because it's raw water out of the river, and, you know, and we would have to pay for the meter, I don't know what
They
that would
have
look like.
carbon meters, I mean, is there something that we could put in a contract that they meter that somehow?
We talked about, better inspections, drop-ins, providing staff with more opportunities to go and check, the trucks as they are exiting and leaving randomly. The requirements for YDOT are, monthly and annually, and those are delineated in the agreement as well. But essentially, as we're selling it, it's our responsibility to make sure that those that are buying it are not taking more than they are. In this case, it's YDOT, and I would be more cautious if it was a commercial or private business.
No, that's a valid point though, and I think, unfortunately, truck count, we're kind of stuck with truck count right now, so.
Well, sure. Just final question, Amy? I would assume that, I think it was said that you've looked over this agreement and it's all well, I mean, is that?
I'm actually the drafter, so, you wanna throw things at me. Again, the city's
Making sure.
number one goal is our protection and ensuring that we're protected, and if there is ever an opportunity where we're unable to sell the specific amount, you have that appropriation clause in there, so that the city's not bound to it. There's a number of other requirements or a number of other provisions that protect the city that are in there. Again, as the client, you are free to go back to the old sales agreement, between parties, or retain the intergovernment agreement as presented, or strike through what you don't like.
I ain't touching you.
I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else from anybody
We do
before we
appreciate the
close
help
this
on
hearing?
that stuff too, so.
Well, thank you for presenting that to us. And at this time, I will close, the public hearing, for intergovernmental, cooperative agreement for raw water sale. The next thing on the agenda is citizens' participation. And this is a time when anybody from, any citizen that wants to get up and talk about something, it cannot be on the agenda. It has to be something that's not on the agenda, because there's time for that discussion at that time. And, you'll be limited to 5 minutes, unless you're really interesting, and then we might extend that. Is there anybody that would like to say anything at this time? Please come up to the podium and introduce yourself and so forth.
Hello, I'm Tanya Lehman. I just had a few things. I know on Facebook, probably about a couple months ago, there was a situation of a young girl getting bullied at the high school. And I realize this isn't the school board and you don't have a whole lot to do with bullying at, the school. However, it does concern the city in that, somebody who was seeing that conversation, asked about, she was moving to Rollins, and she asked about putting her children in middle school, and the resounding answer was, no way. Either homeschool them, send them to Hannah, or Saratoga. So I think that, image does affect the city. I don't know if the city could do some type of, anti-bullying type programs, or have a speaker come, something to promote kindness. I mean, the kids do learn it from somewhere, usually. So, that was just a concern that I had and wanted to bring up. The other one real quick is parking downtown. I know that there's, and how we managed to do this, I don't know, but there's like 3 gyms within 2 blocks. And, that's a lot of people down there not shopping necessarily, but spending an hour, 2 hours, however long it takes for them to do their exercise or, program or whatever it might be. So the parking down there tends to get kind of crowded. If you wanna shop at your store, sometimes you do have to park quite a bit of ways and walk, which isn't bad. But it is a concern, it might be something you might look at as far as downtown opening someplace where people can park, especially since 2020 is behind us and, restrictions are loosened and we're going to have a lot more activity downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Mr. Kennedy?
So, Sunday I was out driving around, and I don't know how city employees are about, how they're paid, or if they work Sundays and not overtime or whatever, but that's here or there. I watched a city employee take a city snowplow truck and plow out his driveway, and then about 45 minutes later, I see him show up with a snow blower, and he takes the snow blower and finishes the driveway. And I commented something to him about using city equipment to do that, and he told me, my boss said it was okay. And I guess I'm gonna ask you guys, is it okay for a city employee to take a snowplow and do our personal driveway?
I can answer that. No.
That's what I thought, so that's why I thought it needs to be brought to attention. Thank you.
We'll refer to the city manager.
Yeah, if I may, maybe I'll visit with this gentleman afterwards and discuss that further.
Yeah, please do find out some details, because that's not acceptable at all. Anybody else that has anything to say? All right. We will close the public comment section and go to the fun part, and that is, Employee of the Year. And I will have, that's gonna be done by, our city manager.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council, this is the fun part of the evening. So we have 4 employee of the quarter, and then with that, we actually turn that over to all of our, city staff to be able to kind of vote and say, this is who we think should be our employee of the year. And that person is Alan Robinson. So if we give him a big round of applause. And I would just say real quick, I'm super happy that this was done, Alan. He is a super valuable employee at the city. He does so much for us, and through all the transitional things that have happened this year, I'm super excited that he's received this from our employees. So congratulations again.
Yeah.
Now, just look up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did it.
Congratulations.
We're gonna take a break in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Congratulations, Ellen, and I really appreciate the job you do. You're awesome.
Thank you.
All right, the next thing is, Goshen Help, presentation, and, let's see if I got this on the right page.
Yeah.
Okay, and the presenter will be, Kylie, Border. Okay, Kylie, come up.
He was not able to make it due to weather restrictions, so he'll be here at the next meeting.
Okay, don't come up. Okay.
Never mind.
That's great. All right, so the next thing is, the business conference, and the presenter will be, Pam Thayer. Come on up.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I just wanted to let everybody know, I thought we'd do it in a public setting. We were gonna have a Rainbow Teton Entrepreneur Center, building committee member here, but I was afraid it might be a little too late for them, so I told them I would stand in for them. You guys should have gotten this in your packet.
Thank you.
We just wanted to make sure that everybody in the city knows that there's gonna be a great business conference at the Rainbow Teton Entrepreneur Center. I do have extra copies for the public, but what you'll learn is we'll talk about recovering resilience, how small businesses can recover and have resilience, equity and inclusion, and small business and entrepreneurship. On the form, it is free of charge, and, you just need to call the Rainbow Teton Entrepreneur Center, and do snacks and beverages. And so what, they did on the form was, you can scan the code and see the classes, but you can also go to the website and see the whole conference. We also, and I can send this out to whoever, and I will leave this for Myra, or Myra, you have this one.
I will place that on board docs.
Okay, is just, the class is just laid out in a better form, because there's a lot of classes on the days and everything, so it will be also on board docs. So, again, it's free for anybody in the, in Rollins or Carbon County, and we're just excited to share that. Erin and I had a discussion a while back at strategic planning, that it's kind of cool that you don't have to go to Boston this year, that you can actually, be in your own, come in your own town and come to a business class. Any questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm gonna call a short recess.
Cry babies. Like me. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna steal my charger.
I will.
Like a first, yes.
Like, what a reward for
Darby, you're not-
employee of the year.
Darby, you're not gonna stand up and move around?
Poor guy.
It was a pretty day today.
Employee of the year.
You win that type of award, you get to sit here and look. That shows what a good guy he is, right? Yes, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Awesome.
Good.
Hello.
You can move around a little bit.
You all right there, Ken?
Would we have, September, then we have five.
Between the time of here and I had to get back tomorrow, so.
Yeah, well, and small town.
Yeah. He's gonna drive me down.
We did the Verona. Remember this year? I didn't even, this year, it's not that it was the same mountain, you know, so.
Not yet.
Yeah, I'll come back on
Have
Monday.
you,
Damien had about 7 to 10 members.
Oh, what's that? The gal asked me.
I was in bed, my arm.
Oh, yeah.
It could be my favorite time.
And, I mean, I'm not.
Emerald Scott is right there. But.
I did not, because I was just like, so.
Nothing better than this, so, yeah.
But because it's been so long.
Myra and I, very quick. Myra and I had talking.
If I remember that is my new response, because that would be my luck, if that was.
Myra and I, all four of us, Patty, you're the one that's here that was at last year.
You're not missing it.
But I think you're, we were talking, I thought Myra and I were just gonna sit up.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Patty was leaving the grant, she applied for last year, this year. Oh, I don't know which day, I think the grant money.
That is
And
great.
that was Damien and Patty, because of the staff.
Yeah, well, we've had,
It was around the area, the first shot, and
That is from me,
well,
I don't know that, but
I
giving
felt
the
an immediate need.
But my thing is, for me, it's like,
The gallery, like, we know who's gonna reimburse.
and I don't know what they is.
Yeah, okay.
I was on a marketing component, I was a vendor, so I was kind of.
And I didn't have, I really like, I don't consider it like that, it just not sure.
That's what you would think.
That's what he said.
Oh, I know.
How you been?
Well, mine's only like an 8%, so if I like throw mine up to you, you can plug it in for a little bit. Oh, I would say I'd give you a ride, but I don't have one.
The Jolly Rancher?
It's Liz, she's a nice one.
Oh,
We all have
more
fun.
of those, please. The cinnamon.
On fire? Right, is that how it is now, or?
Yeah.
Do you ever go to the barn ski with it?
I mean, it's,
Right.
No, it wasn't July first. So, it makes me.
My first shot was on my birthday.
okay.
I know, everybody, how old are you? Remember it. Oh my gosh, it's not hard to do. It's like nobody wants to live. And so, like Friday afternoon, I had a call, I missed a call from another one.
Yeah, the Jolly Rancher, you had one? No, the Jolly Rancher.
Did you hear?
You got the Jolly Rancher cinnamon one?
I drove the 3 minutes and walked down the
Please.
street.
Oh, wow. Very good.
They sat down and
Well, these things are still over here.
she was like, absolutely.
I'd rather eat this than that chocolate.
We're having a.
I always.
No meeting. So, how do we spend all the money we spent on easily, right? But that's what we have money. You wanna meet her? But here's where,
I do understand everything that's done, all the interviews that I've done, that you have everything actually.
no,
If you can, after the second show, hired the, like, I'm almost feeling, I'm curious about basically there's a lot of orange issues, that is sort of separately, there is like symptoms, and we're still learning, so who knows, right? When this happens here, that someone will have a whole lot of orange, they're not there.
Right, but if you wanna tell me you have,
Well, I was glad to have gotten mine on Friday, too, Friday afternoon, then if
I'm in, sorry. You're all right. So we walk slow? Maybe interesting to see what it's all about.
Well, but then on Monday and Wednesday,
Oh, yeah.
I remember my bud, I didn't even know.
Yeah, I tried that.
How are you?
On Tuesday,
Now, Monday, if you wanna come in, not here,
right.
so I thought the only day that, when Myra puts on the spreadsheet book, but then that would only be a Wednesday, like, she's on Monday.
Sure, either way, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will send you the code tomorrow.
Right.
Okay.
All right, we're getting close here.
I'm here, you can go.
All right. Call this meeting back to order, and the next thing on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Durst.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
There's been a motion made and seconded to, approve the minutes of March 2nd, 2021 as presented. Is there any discussion? Yeah. Is there any further discussion? Can you open online voting, please? Is yours working?
It just took a minute.
Oh, mine isn't. Maybe I need to do something.
Re-log in.
Do you know how to refresh the page?
Not necessary.
Well, we got nothing but time, so do your thing, buddy.
Well, how do I refresh this?
The little circle at the top left, that's fine.
Right here?
Can we get some adult supervision? For the minute? Smooth everything is.
Okay, thank you.
Are you looking at me? Oh.
Online ballot voting is now closed. The motion carries 5 yeas and 1 abstain. Council Smith abstained.
Sure, thank you. All right, the next thing on the agenda is to approve the agenda. Councilman Martinez?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Councilman Smith out of hand up. There's been a motion made and seconded to, approve the agenda as written. Please open, is there any discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting is now closed. The motion carries with 6 yeas.
Okay, thank you. The next thing on our agenda is city council reports. Councilman Durst, do you have anything to report on the Board of Adjustments?
Mr. Mayor, I'm embarrassed to say that I forgot about this tonight, and I did not prepare any kind of a report. We've had a couple of meetings, and actually one of, I would say, what's kind of coming up the most is the possibility of looking at changing some ordinances and, just updating some codes that just might not be completely within a reasonable logic. So they'll get bounced back and forth, but, I apologize, I forgot that this was a thing, so.
No worries. The next thing is, COG, Carbon County Council of Governments. That meeting has been postponed, so there was nothing to report. Next, we have DDA Main Street, Councilman Smith.
I will try to be brief. Thank you. The Rainbow Teton Entrepreneur Center has a full schedule of opportunities for small business, and this is citywide. March 17th will be the step-by-step guide to developing an effective marketing plan webinar from 9:30 to 10:30, free to everyone. In the webinar, you'll see how to develop a top-notch, effective marketing plan that will save you money and be easy to implement. Business conference, Main Street, is coming virtually to Rollins, and it's open to businesses, April 12th to 14th. You'll hear from national thought leaders on strategies for strengthening your organization, supporting your small business, telling your story, and so much more. Renew, recharge, reimagine is free at this conference. The flyer is at the door for more information, and this is open to all businesses. And it's, there's a business track, and then there's a couple other tracks that's like bringing the national conference to Wyoming, virtually. Then the Restaurant Revitalization Act funding will be distributed through, small businesses this spring. Restaurants, bars, taverns, and food trucks will be eligible. Please contact the Rainbow Teton or Rollins CDA for more information at 328-2099. So if you've got food trucks and you're in bar business and food business, coffee, because there's a lot of neat things that will be going on. Dates to remember: the second annual Egg on the Door, a virtual Easter egg hunt in the downtown, will start next Monday, the 22nd, and run through Easter, April 4th. Visit downtownrollins.org for more information. Gift bags for all kiddos who participate, and then Super Saturday in downtown, the city cleanup day is June 5th. Oasis in the Desert, which is Summerfest and Splash Pad dedication, is July 9th and 10th. Exciting events are being planned for the community. Passion and Pride presents Bohemian Nights, September 11th. Stay tuned for more details. I just wanted to let you know the contracts for the splash pad have been met, and they'll start on splash pad somewhere around April 5th to 7th. So anyways, just wanted to let you know that, it's cool.
Thank you. Next thing is Rollins Planning Commission, Councilman Weisenberg.
The meeting was also postponed, no meeting happened, so we'll update further as soon as another meeting is scheduled.
Okay, thank you. Urban Systems Committee, Councilman Garner.
Our meeting is at the end of the month still, so we haven't had one yet.
Okay, thank you. All right, the next thing on our agenda is the, city manager's report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I have a few items to tell you about tonight. I recently attended a meeting where Sinclair told us that during the months of May and June, we're gonna have a turnaround, and they estimate that it'll be 1,000 to 1,500 people. I haven't been here when we had one of the turnarounds, but I have heard that for the, you know, on the city's perspective, police, gets quite involved. I know Troy's been visiting with code enforcement, kind of getting prepped for that. Is there any, for those that have been here quite a bit longer than myself, is there anything else that the city's kind of done in preparation for one of those turnarounds?
I don't think so. I just think it's tourist season when it's not tourist season.
Another item, before you is the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget calendar. Just we don't need to go through that at all, but mostly just wanna draw attention to the items in red. We have a few different work sessions that'll be coming up, and I would just draw attention to that, to be ready to come to those. And then the last item that I wanted to talk about real quickly is just kind of the development of the strategic plan. So you have this very large document before you. Staff has been working really hard to get involved in the strategic plan, to learn what the strategic plan is. This is, initially we had, I think it was 550, 60 ideas that were submitted by all of our employees. And then it was whittled down to what you have here. And then our leadership team, was able to kind of prioritize all the different items that were brought forth from our employees. And so at this point, we feel like it would be a really good time to kind of share where we're at with it. And I would love to request that this week, if you could kind of take a look at what you have here. And then provide, if you have any projects or, things that you would like to see done in this next fiscal year, I would love to have those and add them to this list. So if that's okay with everyone, and then in another week or so, I can kind of compile those thoughts, into this, and we'll have a wonderful list. And the whole intention behind, developing this the way that we have is to really empower the council. It's to vet through some of these ideas and bring some well thought out ideas, and maybe ideas that we wouldn't have necessarily thought about, except that we involve, all of our employees. And so hopefully there's lots of good things to choose from. So if that's okay, that's kind of where we're at with it. I also, I visited with Matt Dixon, who did our strategic planning retreat. And, he just had a few things that he mentioned to me of kind of the process of where we've come from and where we are now. So some of the key concepts that he kind of was saying, as this is our first year going through the strategic planning process, as we get close, we're getting a little bit closer to selecting these projects. Let's try not to overwhelm ourselves too much this first go around, select the most important things, and then try and accomplish them. And if we can do that, we can always add more throughout the year too. I thought that was a pretty good comment there. Another comment that he said is we're probably trying a lot of ideas that maybe we haven't in the past, is to kind of consider a lot of these things as pilot programs. taking a flexible approach, that if, you know, if we're trying to accomplish something and we see that it's not working so well, let's kind of revisit it and rethink what we're doing. Just taking an overall flexible approach. And then when we're making the decisions on the projects, I think it's important to continue to ask the questions, you know, which of these projects most best align with, the measurements of success, our directives, the mission and vision, and let's select those projects. So anyway, with that, I hope that this is helpful information. I look forward to hearing from all of you on what things you'd like to have accomplished, and we'll keep working together to get this kind of work out the bugs and pick what we wanna do for the next fiscal year, so, thank you.
All right. Is that all, Sean?
Yep.
Okay, well, thank you. Next is the department, reports. So, if we have department heads here that want to comment? Chief?
Yes, sir, I think I'll lead the charge,
All right.
and, for the sake of your sanity, I will keep this nice and brief for you all today, okay? Anyway, honorable mayor and members of the, council, we had an excellent, month at the fire station, everybody's safe, nothing wrong with the vehicles, so everything's right on track. 75 calls we went to, right on track with, right at 61% of, those were medical, like we said last month too, so staying very, very much on track by, type of calls that we're doing. As I did talk about, last month, we did up our inspections, to the point where I'm happy with. We went from 17 in January to 24 in February, and of course, this being a short month, I was happy with that. We're looking at, 28 inspections for the rest of the year per month, and I think we're right on target with doing that. The last thing that I want to talk about is our training hours. Our total training hours generated were 130, which is right where I want it, between 100 and 150 hours per month. So these guys are hitting their mark. Very proud of them. Very proud of Battalion Chief Robinson for making Employee of the Year. So fire station's looking solid. If there's not any questions, I'll let the next one come up and we'll keep everything moving.
Well done, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right.
All right. All right.
All right.
What I did there, right, was quick.
You'll have to follow. Okay. So, I want to speak to you, especially the public, on the audit. Our auditor has been working from home. COVID has been an issue, working without staff, being in very different locations and pulling it all together. As I mentioned before, I have talked with the state about this, and it's not actually due until the end of March, but if it goes beyond there, we're still fine. They know about it, about the problems we've had, and that the auditors are having and completing it. And as long as I stay in contact with this person, at the state auditor's office, we'll be just fine. We may get the nasty letters still coming, but otherwise, they have to go through him, and we are fine. So I'll keep you updated as more comes out on that. As John mentioned, we have a new audit, or budget calendar, and I do want to draw your attention to Tuesday, March 30th. That's where the nonprofit organizations, or NPOs as I call them, will be presenting to you in a council work session. It starts at 5 p.m. And so since that doesn't give anybody a chance to eat dinner, we will cater that, some food in.
This says 6. This sheet says 6. Is it in conflict with another sheet?
Mine says,
Usually show him what it looks like, just like hold up.
does it look like this one?
No.
What do you have?
The correct one is on board docs, not that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's at 5 p.m. for you.
I just, somebody give me this and
Oh, that's the old one. We've had a few iterations.
okay, so I'm gonna get rid of it.
Should look like this, so
Okay.
you guys have it. I'll let you have mine. But at March 30th, the NPOs will be coming to present to you. And so it starts at 5, and they present until they're all done.
so I don't know exactly how long that will last. But to let you know, because some of these work sessions where people are gonna be able to present their own budgets and that, you'll see it in the calendar. In red, the food will be catered, that's because we're starting at 5, and if you're coming from work, you don't have a chance to get dinner, so it's only fair that we feed you. So, so that's coming up, so you know about that. Financial statements still look okay. Revenue is at 115% of budget, and we do expect to get about $2 million coming soon from the Carbon County Joint Powers Board. The bond council was, they have been holding money, when the bonds were first gone into, and they've been sold by December, 2020, they were sold. So now they need to release the funds that they have been holding back until they sold, and so, we have certain things that we have to do, but we should be getting that million coming, about approximately $2 million coming in soon. And I think Danielle will be very happy when that comes in, right?
Yes.
Because that's first of her budget. So.
She's good at You stole my thunder.
Her report was gonna be 2 million streets undone.
Yeah. So far, some of it has been used for streets and water, but that is all perfectly fine, being tracked in the, specific purpose tax 2019, you'll see in the package on the financials, that's perfectly, everything that Danielle's been doing has been fine. So, I went through that kind of quick, tried to keep it short too, so if you have any questions, otherwise, I'll say thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't have too terribly much to report. We have been working on snow removal. We've had a lot of really positive feedback. I got some really good emails, so shout out to all of you.
Right?
We have been spending a lot of time at the wastewater plant. I've been sending you guys some updates on that, but we are progressing. Hopefully we'll have some updated information shortly on that. And then Jody kind of mentioned, I'm super excited about the 6 pennies. So we are at 100% on Walnut Street, and we're at about 95% on Edinburgh. I've gotten the Walnut Street documents to legal to start reviewing, so we should be in good shape to move forward there, and we'll talk about that in the budget, which has also been a huge focus for us as well. So hopefully we'll be ready for you guys.
I just wanna tell you, I got, I don't know, on my personal email at home, I probably got 30 people wrote me, and, which always is nervous when you're looking at that and you're opening them up. Everybody's just ecstatic about the job you folks have done for, snow removal this whole year, and you need to pass it on. They need a real pat on the back. They've done an excellent job.
Yeah, they did great.
Thank
I
you.
drove around Sunday and the streets were really good, and it has been a team effort. They've all just pulled together. Honestly, everything we've done lately has been a team effort. I'm super proud of the employees.
Us too.
That helps out a lot.
You're welcome. Yeah, and I will try to, if you guys are good with, I feel bad, I don't wanna overload you, but I wanna make sure you know what's going on too.
No, it makes it way more comfortable walking down the street. You can,
Yeah.
you don't have to hide.
I have no idea.
I don't hide anywhere.
Good evening. So I've been busy meeting with staff and, visiting our beautiful park system here. I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more when the snow melts a little bit more. For, I don't know, about midway through last week, I sort of got to see a different aspect of the parks as the snow went away, and then this weekend happened, so. But lots of exciting things happening. The golf course, we have plans to, weather permitting, to do the greens cover removal on March 29th. The course is planning to open April 16th, so I'm excited about that. We've also, our staff has reached out to the Little League in town to work together collaboratively on 2 different cleanup days at the VFW ball fields. So excited about that. I happened to be in the rec center on Saturday, and they were having Little League sign-up, so I kind of popped in and introduced myself and met a few of the board members, and they all seemed pretty excited about the idea of just working together to get the fields prepped and ready for the season. We have some equipment that could help them out, and we also have some expertise on our staff to help them as well. Cemetery care and cleanup begins on May 1st. You'll be seeing some information about that, letting the community know that that's happening. Also, I attended a shooting range advisory board meeting last week. The indoor range will be closed a few days. We're gonna be working on lead removal, on March 19th, again, the indoor range. Outdoor range plans on opening May 1st. And then we already have an event, a silver bullet shooting tournament, scheduled for May 15th and 16th. In the recreation center side of things, with the COVID, shift, we were able to open our weight room, fully, so it's fully open. We got some positive feedback on that already. And youth soccer registration's going on, so we'll be looking at the soccer fields and prepping those and doing some inspections, make sure they're good to go. And both, adult basketball started Monday. And, the last thing is, I'm really, learning the history and diving into the budget process, and also involving our staff on different levels, so that we can kind of come together and have a plan for the next year, and then, 5 years and 10 years to have a better, just have a good idea and a good plan for our, budget process. So I'm looking forward to diving in, and, really enjoying it here.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Last but not least.
Last, Honorable Mayor, Council, I'm gonna start off with public relations with the department head for February. We had Lieutenant Frakes, who did a presentation at the Department of Corrections Academy. And we had several officers and fire personnel, get with, this young child that wanted to meet, emergency services, so that was pretty exciting for that little guy. Victims Advocate Tom Schinkel and Officer Gamble Sr. conducted a DUI panel. Officers attended a class for suicide prevention held at the Carbon County Sheriff's Office. Denise Rice is who put it on. She's gonna be a big benefit to our community for, psychological side for mental patients. She's got her, stuff going on. I think it's gonna be really beneficial for the city. And then another thing, dispatch, they just started working with, it's called Rave Smart 911 system. And it's on the app on your phone it's a Smart 911, it's an app on your phone. If you go to it, we don't solicit any information from you. If you wanna be on it, you send your information in, and that way, if you have to call 911, everything that you put in there will pop up. So if you have, somebody that's on oxygen, how many kids you had in the house, how many pets you got in the house, you can put all that information in there, so when it pops up on the screen, fire, police will have that information before we even get to the house, who we should be looking for, what kind of medication, anything you wanna put in there, you can put in there, what kind of medication they have, if they're on oxygen, if they're a cancer patient, if they're on a wheelchair, we can put everything in there. So, something to think about, we're really pushing it to the public, it's free, it's an app on your phone. We don't solicit any other information. If you want it, you sign up yourself, you put the information in. The only time we'd see it is if it pops up on, the 911 call. So, check it out. I think it's gonna be really beneficial for emergency services down the road. A few quick numbers. Since it is a short month in February, we had only 398 911 calls compared to, around 400 or 500 that we normally have. Telephone calls received was 1,008. Dispatch calls for service, 426. Other calls, bar checks, property watches, business checks, stationary radar, PR, and paper service, which is basically subpoenas that we go around and deliver to people. That was 714. He said they had 75 calls, the fire department. We took 73 of those calls, so I don't know where the other two came from. Animal-related calls, 36. And, the last department, Brian, code enforcement officer. He had a total of 14 cases in February. I think he had more, but I don't think he always tracked everything, because he dealt with a lot of trash issues, and not with the big dumpsters, it was with personal trash, at home owners, and he gave out a lot of letters explaining how you have to put the trash in the trash can, and it's your responsibility as a homeowner to make sure it's in there. So we did a lot of that education over February, had some abandoned vehicles, some parking issues. With that being said, I want to thank you, citizens of Rollins, council, Sean, and everybody. It's been 19 and a half years that I've served the community, a little over 8 years as the chief of police, but I'm retiring April 3rd. So, thank you, Thank you. So,
Does anybody else know that, or is this just now going out to the?
no, everybody knows.
Okay.
Is your wife know?
Yeah. But I want to thank you. It's been an honor and privilege to be your chief for the last 8 years. I always try to do the right thing for the right reasons, and right now for personal reasons, I have to retire and move on. So, thank you very much. We've got a group of good guys that are over there right now. They're working their tails off being so shorthanded, so I hate leaving them even more shorthanded, but I think the time is right for me to take care of others.
So goes life, man. So goes life.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't expect that. I'm waiting to be handed that one.
If there's any other department heads that are gonna quit, you can't come up.
Well, we left him for that.
Is there anybody else? Well, thank you. Now, the city council report and direction to the city manager, is there any special instructions any of us feel that we need to, talk about and, get our city manager to do? Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, just in with some stuff that's happened, I guess, in the past too, is, the food bank, Colorado Food Bank comes to Rollins, you know, I think it's like every couple months. It's actually put on by the, Sinclair Baptist Church. I know that's not in Rollins, but they do one out there, and then they'll do one in Rollins. It's a big deal for the city, you know, and just, you know, just the residents of the community. I think I'd like to see us get involved and help with that, as far as, you know, not being there to do it, but maybe offering some services. I know last time that they had come in, they had an overabundance of cardboard there. So I was just curious if we could possibly put something out there and have, them get in contact with the pastor over at that church. Maybe set a bin, because they do it at the, Carbon County Fairgrounds, if we need to get involved with the fair board to maybe put something over there too, or, you know, I don't know what the legalities of that would be, but I'd like to be able to see us contribute something in that way, so they don't have to fight with all that.
We could probably have our current trash hauler donate a dumpster to put over there. We can ask.
I think a big thing was, cardboard, you know, so for recycled, so like.
We see we come up with some kind of dumpster or trailer or something. I don't have a problem with that.
I'd appreciate it. Good active point for the community, so.
Is there anything, Councilman?
I just have one quick thing. I think it's like less direction and more just a statement, unless there's disagreement. I know this is just seems petty, but under citizens' participation, I would like to leave that as just citizens' participation and have no other line items under there, other than that. And, so for example, in tonight's citizens' participation, we have the 2020 Employee of the Year, Goshen Hill presentation, and the business conference. I would like to see those moved either into, just down to the city manager, or, what I want is I wanna get it out of the citizen participation, because eventually what's gonna happen is we're gonna have a heated moment where we're gonna come in and there's gonna be a lot of citizens speaking towards something that they're upset about, and then we're gonna turn around right behind that and say, yeah, welcome the employee of the year, and it's just, I would just like to see those broken out, that's all, it's just that's it, that's my only request, if that's.
It's not a problem, I can change that.
It's petty, it's just, but it's, just so that just because I want the free and open dialogue to be separate from all other things. Sure. That's all, that's it, and I'll leave it, go ahead.
Is there any other council person that would have a special request? Council?
It's not really a request, but, it seems to be the trash at housing seems to be a big issue. And, you know, we have, right now with the haulers, we've requested that they put the locking bars on commercial, would putting locking bars on or locking mechanisms on trash cans at residential be something we look at?
I hate trash, boy, I'm telling you what, I drive around, see it, and I pick it up out of my yard, and, I mean, it's just everywhere, and I don't know how far to go there, but I do know that, like at our house, we put a big rock on it for two reasons. One, to hold the lid shut so the birds don't get it, and so it doesn't flop open, and the other, so I can look out and see if they picked it up yet. And, that works really well, the thing will be on the ground, you know, and, it's simple. And, but I do wonder about some sort of a bungee cord or something that could be added to them to hold them shut, because, between the neighbor cats and dogs and the birds, a lot of private trash gets spread around. We need to maybe have our code enforcement officer come in and talk about how big of a problem it is or isn't, something like that, and maybe make a suggestion if he feels there needs to be corrective action. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
You know, one of the things is getting a bungee cord, you're gonna need a pretty large bungee cord. Some of those cans, they're just overfilled.
Right.
There's no way they can handle that trash, and I know that it's been talked about before. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, if they're overfilling, they need to order another trash.
Exactly.
Right, if they have,
I mean, that would be their responsibility, make sure they're better.
Yeah. But somehow that message isn't getting out.
well, our code enforcement officer's pretty new too,
I've been
and,
riding down the street, and I'll tell you what,
yeah.
there's some rough ones out there.
We have neighbors that pile stuff right beside it, they need 2 containers, but they pay for one and they get a free one, and that's not acceptable either. And while that free one stuff's sitting there, that's where the dogs, cats, and the stupid birds come in, you know? And they spread it, and we're gonna have to get a handle on the trash if we're gonna clean up our town, so that's a good idea, but I would like to talk to the code enforcement officer, cause I bet he's got some real specific ideas about maybe what we need to do.
I'd be happy to have them to come next council meeting to visit about that.
Okay, good, thanks. Is there anything else? I lost you somewhere, okay. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll move on, and now we're back to the unfinished business, which is the renewal of the retail liquor license number 99, Candy Mountain LLC, DBA Sunnyside Liquor. Councilman Martinez?
Mr. Mayor, for the purpose of discussion, I would move to approve the renewal of the, retail liquor license number 99, Candy Mountain, doing business with Sunnyside Liquor for the license period of April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022.
Councilman Smith?
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the renewal of retail liquor license number 99, Candy Mountain LLC, DBA, Sunnyside Liquor for the licensing period of April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022. Is there any further discussion? Smith.
I would like to summarize where I'm at and why I'm there. I feel that the records show that, and there's no evidence to the contrary, they were open they unparked basically July 1st. They did submit, and we had proof that they have a sales tax license as of effective July 1st. They have sent in the paperwork to the state, and they also ordered their $2,000 as required in July. And I think there was some confusion in December when they came in for renewal that caused some issues, and it's not anybody's fault, but it just happened. But also looking at the 5 criteria, I don't believe we have any reason to do anything but renew. And our motion, February 16th, was to renew the license pending guidance from the state. The state told Mr. Heiser, and he confirmed that he was to resubmit the paperwork along with the check, and I think the issues have been resolved.
Is there any further discussion? The only thing Councilman Garner? Go ahead. The only thing that I would like to say is that when we have these liquor licenses, it's very, it could be very detrimental to the community if they're not handled right. There's been no real criminal or wrongdoing that way, no one got hurt, but it's not our responsibility as a city to make sure that the liquor license holders, it's not our job to make them understand. We're not supposed to read to them, they're supposed to read to themselves. And so, I agree with the lack of evidence here, but it's been very messy. And I don't like that. I want to make sure that all liquor license holders take it seriously. It's a privilege to own a liquor license. It's their responsibility to read and know whether they're parked, unparked, know what the rules are at any given time. And, I hope that everybody that owns a liquor license is listening, because I think it needs to be cleaner than this one was, I can tell you that. Any further discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
I'd like to also agree with Councilwoman Smith on this, and yourself, Mayor. I think maybe in the future also, maybe we need to look into this further and maybe figure out some kind of fine fees or fine schedule with this stuff and check, do checks and on the liquor license holders, because it's a privilege to have that. And, with that being said, we need to treat everybody equally and fair. And it's not just this one individual or license holder, it's across the board. Everybody needs to be held to the same standard. And so if they are listening and right now, that, understand that it's not a matter to take lightly.
Councilman Martinez?
Something that I was interested in, Mr. Kennedy got up and said was in regard to, posting the license and things of that nature. It seems to me that we as a city ought to have some kind of a check-off list where somebody in the staff goes and checks these things out, and they put a check mark saying they actually seen the license posted. I mean, was it posted or was it not type argument, tonight. I agree with what Councilmember, Smith says and the mayor, that, I think there's a lot of cleaning up to do in this department to not get us in this position again. That's all I got to say.
I guess,
Councilman Durst?
I would just share that this one's hard. I don't think there was as much confusion as is being made out to be. I don't think that this is nearly as complicated. I think that this is a little bit more cut and dry. It looks pretty obvious to me what happened. However, At this point in time, the state of Wyoming has approved all things, and in the end, I think that this is going to, in my opinion, I would pass this because I don't see a way to say no. I agree. I think all things have been resolved. However, I do think that this is a great big red flag to everybody, especially those out there that, you know, I agree. From here forward, we need a better system. We've got to come into place. And I would argue that this can't happen again, and any kind of weirdness on this, I think, would have a different attitude next time. I still think that this was, more intentional, but in the end, the paperwork has been resolved, and there's not much more that I can do than that.
I agree. Councilman Garner?
I'd like to say, if, you know, in the future, when we do this, a lot of it's hearsay, back and forth, I said this, they said this. Maybe we put something in place when conversations are taking place with something this important, they're recorded. You know, there's a better record rather than, memorializing, what was said by one person, you know, from one person's perspective. I do have a question on that to Amy. When they memorialize, what they encountered, are these documents shared to all parties? Would Andrea get this as well?
Her attorney did receive a full packet, including those statements.
Okay, do they get, 'cause like this one was sent out February 24th, would they receive this February 24th as well?
No, so we didn't receive a public record request from her attorney until last week.
Okay.
So as soon as we received the public record request, everything that was in that file we would review it to make sure that we can release it under the Public Records Act, and it was released. Other than, and I don't believe there was even any attorney-client emails in there. I believe everything from the city clerk's file was released.
Okay, because I was curious, because if it was shared, I would think that somebody would come forward and say, no, that's not what happened, right away, not, you know, a month later, or when the incident's brought up, so, I was just curious if that's what the case is there.
We did provide, all of the statements from our clerk, interim clerk and current city clerk in that packet to her attorney.
Okay.
Councilman Smith?
I would like to just say too, we had changing of the guard. Marla Brown was excellent with liquor licenses. She kept everybody going for 20-some years. And she knew it backwards and forwards. I think Candy Mountain got caught in changing of the guard. We didn't have a clerk. We had people stepping up, trying to do the very best. Their intent was the best that they could provide. They even consulted with the state. The state was not as helpful as I thought they should have been. So I think it's these little, he said, she said, little nitpicking here and there that we got down into the weeds. But it was no fault of anybody here. They did the best they could, and I'm sorry that this has caused anxiety, Andrea. But I do feel in the end, I know our new clerk is going to learn these backwards and forwards, and that's her office that administers these through legal counsel. And, I know nothing but best is gonna come, and so I just wanted to point that out. It's really nobody's fault, and please don't take anything personally.
You know, Linda, Councilmember, that's a great, sentiment, and that's the sentiment that I think we've shared consistently throughout this. No one wants to be in this position at all, not the license holders, not city council, not city staff. It was an unfortunate situation, but moving forward, positive solutions and positive, procedures are gonna come out of it. And so I think we need to focus on that.
I would like to just say, though, that regardless of new people, old people, whatever, it's still the license holder's responsibility to know all that stuff. It's in the liquor laws, it's several places in there that it is their responsibility to know that. I understand there was some confusion, and I'll give some allowances for that, but it's not it's not our new person's job to teach them how to run a business. It's their job to know those rules. It says it very plainly, so I just, it has nothing to do with nothing. I just wanna make that very clear. It's not our job to teach them. It's their job to learn them. So, okay. Yes, ma'am.
I am also concerned, in the future about parking licenses. And, I want everybody to know to be very careful about parking their licenses, because you can only do it for 2 years. And I'm glad that this one didn't get down to the last 6 months. So anyway, going forward with park license, I want everybody to be really careful. Go back and check the date, because if it's 2 years, you cannot do anything after 2 years. And I think that's ordinance. So I just want everybody to be aware of it, because if you do run out of that 2-year period, then you don't have a license anymore, and we're forced to terminate. And I don't want to be in that spot.
Any further discussion? Oh, Sean, I'm sorry, I'm looking over here.
I just wanted to share, we'll be happy to work on, checking on maybe if my individual, checking on the liquor license holders, maybe it's quarterly. And then as soon as we can kind of vet some of those ideas out, we can bring that back to council, so we'd be happy to work on that.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Weisenberg?
Was there something also mentioned about when they unpark, bringing that to council, right? Next, for sure? Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Can I open up, online, please open online voting, jeez Louise.
Make the computers work.
Okay, you should be off that.
Okay, online voting has closed, and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on our agenda is approval of the payroll. I would entertain a motion. Councilman Durst?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the February 14, 2021 through February 27, 2021 payroll register for $232,138.20.
Councilman Smith seconds it. There's been a motion, made and seconded to approve the February 14, 2021 through February 27, 2021 payroll register for $232,138.20. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Open. Online voting has closed, and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
Thank you. Next thing on the agenda is approval of accounts payable, and I would entertain a motion. Councilman Smith?
I move to approve the accounts payable register for the period of February 26, 2021 through March 12, 2021, the amount of $152,915.74.
Councilman Weisenberg seconds it. There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the accounts payable register for a period of February 26, 2021 to March 12, 2021 in the amount of $152,915.74. Is there any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 6 yeas.
All right, thank you. Next thing on the agenda is the resolution amending the fees for electronic waste, and I would entertain a motion. Councilman Martinez?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the resolution amending the City of Rawlins fee schedule as presented.
Second. Councilman, Garner seconds it. There's been a motion made and seconded to approve the resolution amending the City of Rawlins fee schedule as presented. Is there any further discussion?
How was it presented, just the electronic, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, I apologize.
I would like clarification, Danielle, what, if we pass this, what's happening to the electronic waste as we said, you know? I mean,
If this passes, we will still accept electronic waste. It will no longer be recycled. It'll go into the MSW building and then transported to Casper's, lined pit.
okay, so we still have the service.
Yes, we do still have the service.
Okay.
Now, did,
Sorry.
no, you're fine.
I was just gonna ask, would there be a fee towards electronic waste, or, is that gonna be free?
With this change, it would be charged under the household waste fee, for the residents, and then the fee for us would be just to transport it to Casper, which, again, it overall is minimal, the savings is still much greater than that.
Councilman Durst.
Raise my hand now. So does Casper just pitch it in an MSW, or are they recycling it once it gets there? It's all just MSW?
They are putting it in MSW. The city of Casper actually, because of the cost to recycle electronics, recently stopped doing it as well. Their council approved it. So they just put it in their pit. They don't recycle it. So they still accept it as well.
Okay.
So we've been sending it as recycle and they've just been putting it in their pit.
Yes. They, not ours, theirs.
Oh,
Ours, they recycle, sorry. Yes, ours, they have been recycling.
okay, that's good clarification.
I said that and then I'm like, wait, it
Wow.
clicked.
But not moving forward?
No, if this
Because ours
passes,
is just gonna go in the same MSW.
yes,
So-
if this passes tonight, they're just gonna put it in their pit. I'm sorry.
No, I just
It's
was
getting
like,
late.
I just had to make sure we weren't getting like, wow.
Okay, any further discussion? Thank you. Open online voting, please.
I don't like it.
I'm clearly not ready for bed.
We could look into that.
Got the next couple, so I'm just gonna hang out.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Online voting is closed, the motion carries with 6 yes.
Okay, thank you. The next, resolution is to ratify the submission of an enlargement of water rights. Do I hear a motion? Councilman Smith?
Move to approve the resolution ratifying submission of an enlargement of water right.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to, approve the resolution ratifying submission of an enlargement of water rights. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please open online voting.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm so sorry.
What's that?
We're finally moving.
Okay, yes, I'm on there. Okay, sorry.
No, I've got work.
Online voting has closed, the motion carries with 6 yeas.
Thank you. The next, thing on our agenda is to approve the intergovernmental cooperative agreement for raw water sale. Councilman Smith?
I move to approve and authorize execution of the intergovernmental cooperative agreement for raw water sales to Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Second.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve and authorize execution of the intergovernmental cooperative agreement for raw water sales to Wyoming Department of Transportation. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Weisenberg?
Yeah, just to kind of go back on this, I'd like to see if there's, some kind of turbine meter possibly we could have to record the water. I'm not saying anything bad about the YDOT or any other user that's possibly gonna get this, but I think we have to take the right approach and make sure the liability is there for us also as a city, not saying we sold over the amount also by some chance too, right? So I think we need to possibly look into that. And then also, I just, wanna make sure this is, anytime any kind of water rights is involved or anything next time, please involve council before anything's done with that.
Absolutely, it will be, yeah. Live and learn.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting.
Online voting has closed and the motion carries with 6 yeas.
Thank you. The next thing on our agenda is to approve a fee waiver reduction for urban orchard project. I will turn the floor over to the presenter, Danielle Gross.
Do you need a motion first?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Councilman Smith.
Move to approve a free waiver for the urban orchard project up to $2,900.
There's been a motion made and seconded to approve a fee waiver for the urban orchard project up to $2,900. Is there any discussion? Now I will turn the floor over to you.
So, Honorable Mayor and City Council, I am actually presenting this item for Abby Perry. She did want to make it here tonight, but had a prior engagement. So she is with the University of Wyoming Extension Office, and she's been doing some really cool, exciting things in our community. But recently, through the U.S. Forestry, a grant for orchards within Wyoming municipalities has come up. I did kind of get this on a little bit fast to work with her. The deadline for this is March 22nd for the grant. She's looking at getting a $5,000 grant, which would allow her to plant, fruit trees within the city to be able to let people, citizens harvest that fruit and to do a couple different things. She's looking to be able to show people that, one, fruit trees can grow in our climate. Two, another really big hot topic has been deer, that you can successfully fence them out to keep them from eating these things and to help with some beautification in the city. The proposed location is in the cemetery. It would be, if you're at Key Club Park, it would be just to the north of there. There'd be kind of a row about 50 feet back from the fence line on Colorado Street. So the fee waivers for this specific location, and there's been a few, so if it changes, the fee could change slightly. There's a $1,000 tap fee, and then there's $1,900 that would be required for metering and backflow and some other smaller things. If the city is to waive that $2,900, that would give her the ability to plant 24 trees. Otherwise, it is about a little bit over half of the cost of the total grant, which would drop the trees from 24 to about 10. But if you guys have questions, I will try my best. I tried to get as much information as I could from her, so I will try to answer them.
Councilman.
So is she still doing the garden at Strathmus Park too then? Is this on top of that?
Yes, she has got like.
So she's got grants for both of these now?
Yes.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, on top of some other really cool things she's doing. She's actually even been a huge resource for, my department and working with us on composting at the landfill. She's got like way tons of balls in the air.
So what is the purpose of the orchard? I mean, is she gonna teach people how to garden? Is the food supposed to go to the community? Like,
It would go to the community, so it will take a couple years for those trees to harvest. She has actually volunteered to do the pruning because they do take some special pruning. It'll be just a drip line, so, most likely city staff will just turn that on, occasionally turn it off. But otherwise, it should be minimal maintenance. And then when they're ready, we will work with her. We'll hopefully reach out to Bigfoot 99, the newspaper. Myra will do her magic, and we'll let people know that they would be able to go harvest the fruit off those trees. But it would just go to people. I'm not sure the full intent. I know she is super interested in doing numerous classes. I just don't know specifically
Sure,
with
she's
this
got a
project.
huge, I think her.
And if
vision
she
is-
were to do an event, because of its proximity to the park, she would do it right there at Key Club Park.
So do you know if any, I mean, do you know if this is about education, like is she trying to, would she teach like the Boys and Girls Club how to water trees and grow, I mean?
I think it's,
Is that kind of
yeah,
part of
that
this?
was her goal, is to be able to show multiple people that the fruit trees can grow successfully here. On top of, I think it was kind of multifaceted, she talked about beautifying the city. 'Cause one of the other, like, this could be kind of a, like, first initial kickoff project to see how it works, what challenges we have, what we could do better, but we could do this at the entryways, or we could do some other areas, as well throughout the city to help with that.
Excellent, okay, thank you.
That's awesome. I have an apple tree in my backyard, and it grows apples about that big.
Yeah.
And, I fenced deer out, so they're mine. It's rising birds.
So, I'm not opposed, by no means, to, beautifying our city, right? By no means am I, but I think, we talked about a fair and equal standard across the board, so I just wanna point this out, that, in the attachment here, it shows right underneath number 3, it tells you about the, fencing in there. It says, the bottom sentence in that paragraph says, the fencing material will be 6 feet tall, T-post with 6-foot heavy-duty metal fencing material, similar to hog panel, okay? So here's what I got, right? I want everybody to be aware, right? And it's nothing, that's not a stab at this by no means, but if we're setting an equal and fair standard across the board, how do we allow someone to put similar hog panel type fencing, right, when it's in the ordinance that we have? Do we need to, in the fencing ordinance here, that does not allow hog panels in any kind of residential area? It says it's, and the cemetery's in an R 7.5, right? So do we need to amend the fences, start looking at amendments, or?
So I actually should have brought this up, because I did notice that right away. So I emailed her back and was like, hey, I have this on council, I have a few questions. And one of my questions specifically was the fencing, because I did identify that it's not allowed, within our boundaries. So, a couple things. One, she's willing to do whatever complies with municipal ordinance, so I don't think we necessarily need to change that, especially just for this project, unless that's something, again, you guys want to do. But I did identify that, and then she did send me, and Myra was, awesome enough to pull it up, what she's looking at, and she did reference that, but it is actually not a livestock fence either. But if we want to do something different than that, like I said, she is very open to, whatever would comply with our municipal ordinance.
Well, I understand, and I see the picture there, right, and I understand this fully, right, but it just says right here, wall and fence materials, wood, concrete, chain link, stone, brick, block, or other masonry material, and wrought iron shall be acceptable wall and fence material, right? In no case shall chicken wire, hog fence, or other types of livestock fence be permitted as fencing material unless located in a RA zone. So it's an awareness, right? So if we allow that kind of fence, because in my mind, that's a style of fence that is not there, it's not chain link, right? I'm not opposed to changing and amending an ordinance like that to allow a horse panel, hog panel type fence if it's done right, because it can be some beautiful fencing, right? But the way I look at things is, our ordinances are only as good as an enforcement, right, also. So, and also if we allow something ourselves, right, we can't allow something and expect something of someone else.
I would point out that there's a difference between a fence in your yard and something you're gonna put around a tree. And I don't know if these are gonna go around all the trees or how that's gonna be configured, but I know in my yard, before we built our deer fence, which a lot of people call a privacy fence, we put up this, wire around them to keep them off of our trees, and it was practical and it works. on how they configure this fence around these trees.
It will be individually, is the plan.
Well, then in that case, I don't,
Because
putting a chain link fence around each tree would be way impractical.
Yeah, she did at one point, had kind of tossed around the idea of fencing them together. The concern with that is if we have people that go in there you'd have to have a gate to go in and harvest, and if the gate's left open, we've not really fenced the deer out, so they would be individually, fenced. But again, I do understand what you're saying, Chris, and I did specifically ask, and I think she's willing to work within our code, is what the email I have back from her indicates.
Any, Sean?
Didn't she identify maybe some other locations as well, as a cemetery? You know?
She did, yeah, I think one was at the fairgrounds, I think entryways in Washington Park, I wanna say. But again, I think her idea is that if we could make this successful and it works, we could kind of do some other areas as well and different opportunities, so. Or we can say, we wanna look at a different location. She is very willing to work with the city and, partner with us the best way. So whatever works good for us, I think she is on board and, has proven that with numerous other projects as well. She's been a huge resource for staff.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to say that I highly encourage everybody to vote for this. I get, we can talk about location and some other details later, but this would be a really cool thing, and I would just ask everybody's support, that's all.
And I guess I should just notate, if the location changes, potentially the price changes, so we're saying max.
This is based on this.
Yes, just for clarification.
Any further discussion? Please open online voting. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
My apple trees make apples every other year. And every other year they're big green.
I had a tree right outside of Professional Oxygen,
Yeah.
part of the deer route.
Yeah.
3 squares a day.
Yeah. All right.
Jabari,
vote.
you gotta click a button, buddy, it's not touchscreen.
Oh, this right here. It's right here. I took it. I thought it was mine. I was wondering why it wouldn't work on my computer.
Yeah, I thought maybe I was losing it.
Well, you are, but no.
Online voting has closed, the motion passes with 6 yes.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will adjourn this meeting, and the next meeting will be April 2021.
With the work session.
Upcoming work sessions are gonna be March 30th and April 6th, 7th, 8th, and 13th. Thank you.
Oh, Sean, I'm so glad tomorrow's our early morning. Everybody's gonna be here at 7:30 for team building. Good call.
Everybody gets, we understand.